of XR. I'm a XR person. I'm going to talk about how do we position Tamil Nadu as a XR leader globally, not just in India. Particularly, I'm going to focus on frugal XR, how we can make XR affordable to almost everybody. Right now, I'm sure only some of you have experienced AR, VR, MR, right? How do we make it accessible to almost all our citizens? That is the frugal XR I'm going to talk about, right? So the key points in the next 20 minutes I'm going to touch upon is this. To tell you that TN has a huge opportunity to lead frugal XR in the world, to be a leader in the world, right? XR is much more than AVGC combined. So XR has to be emphasized, that has to be focused. Exclusive policy for XR is going to be announced, and I hope TN take lead in promoting XR with a exclusive policy, and then dedicated institute for XR is need to be set up. Just like IIT, there is a Indian Institute of XR has to be set up in the future. I hope Tamil Nadu will help. So to start with, I'm sure you are all aware of what IIT Madras is, right? In IIT Madras, we have set up this center called XTAC, Experiential Technology Innovation Center, to look into AR, VR, MR, and haptics. Right? Haptics is my research field. Haptics is a science of touch, which I think you all know about it. This center we set up some 4-5 years ago in IIT Madras. From that time, we have taken a number of steps to position Tamil Nadu as the global XR hub. I'm going to just tell you what are the steps that we have taken, right? So in this center which I'm heading, it is a highly interdisciplinary center. There are so many other faculties from different departments are as part of it. There are other IIT faculties as well. There are global leaders as well, right? So this is it involves a lot of researchers from multiple disciplines. It is not just the computer science, it is not just the IT, it needs completely all kinds of, maybe the most interdisciplinary center, I would say, in IIT Madras. We started small as Touch Lab about 20 years ago. So even today, it's a very unique lab in India, which pioneers on the sense of touch. Particularly, we are now focusing on the multi-model user experience where AR, VR, and haptics is not developed. Focusing on the doctors, helping the doctors. Since I'm a professor of biomedical engineering, we are helping the doctors in learning all their skill training using the AR, VR, and haptic technologies. I'm going to show you a couple of things which we have actually developed. As I mentioned, XR is a highly interdisciplinary. It is not just the computer graphics or computer science. It also needs biomechanics. It also needs robotics. It also needs medical background. It also needs robotics, mechatronics, and psychophysics. This is a very unique course, psychophysics, which we teach in IIT Madras, where we talk about how we can measure the mental events. XR, VR, AR, MR, if you understand, this is where the experience is mastered, experience is engineered, right? So experience means it's a human, perception is engineered. How do we measure it? So psychophysics is a new course which we are introducing in IIT Madras. So the focus is on the human perception, not the hardware, not the software. How do we understand the human perception and then therefore engineer it? Correct? And we are positioning now XR as a next revolution. We are all going through AI revolution. Everybody is talking about AI. But AI plus XR is going to be the next big thing. right? So there is a big wave is going to come, much bigger wave than the AI wave. We want to position all our Tamil Nadu youngsters, capable of AI plus XR skills, not just for India, but for the global hub, right? So industry 5.0 is going to come, where the human is going to be the main center. That's where XR is going to be very big thing in the coming future. In just next couple of years, it is going to be big feature. Just to mention couple of our contributions. Now, here is where the Apple phone. I'm sure some of you are using the Apple phone. How many of you are using the Apple phones? Apple phones? Yes. So you all, those who have Apple phones, you know that it has a very sharp touch feedback, correct? The sharp touch feedback is coming from the hardware called Taptic Engine. That is designed by our students from IIT Madras, right? This is a global product. It's a global product. We have a very small contributions. It is there in everybody's hand, right? This student from IIT Madras got trained in our touch lab, went to Apple and then developed it. Our lab and center is one of the very few labs in the world where this kind of things can be designed and then mastered, right? I'm going to show you a couple of other things. For example, here, just like iPad, you all know iPad, right? So similar to iPad, we are now designing ITAD, Interactive Touch Active Display, where you can touch and feel what you see on your computer. Any computer, any laptop can be converted into a tangible computer, where you can, whatever you see, you can touch and feel it. This is going to be useful for not only you with visually intact people, but also visually challenged people, right? And in the future, you can buy things from Amazon after touching and feeling it. Right now, you can't touch and feel it, right? Only after you receive the things, you will feel whether it is good or not, right? So this technology is going to make you feel even before buying things online, not just in Amazon, right? So imagine all of you have smartphone. Smartphone, you can only see and operate it. Without seeing, can you operate it? No, right? This technology is going to let you operate the smartphone without even seeing it, without even taking the smartphone out of your pocket. Just keep the cell phone in your pocket, using the iPad, you can operate on it. Send messages, receive messages, send emojis, send haptic images. That's all possible. There is a feature. That is in the next couple of years. We are designing now ITAD for smartphones in IIT Madras, right? Telemedicine with haptics. Telemedicine, some of you, those of you who are working in biomedical engineering, we know. But right now there is no haptics that we are trying to add it, so that the doctors from a remote, from Chennai, can operate or examine patients who are in the remote villages. That is possible, right? Helping the ISRO in designing the inner capsule where these astronauts are going to sit and then go. We are using this AR, VR, MR, haptic technologies to measure a lot of parameters of the astronauts, and then accordingly design the interior in which they are going to sit and go, and design the instruments where the instrument should be according to the ergonomics possibility. This is currently going on. This is the IVF training simulator. The IVF doctor, before they become competent, they damage first 50 patients before they become competent, right? So here is a entirely AR, VR, MR and haptics simulator. Without the patient, they can practice the IVF procedure without harming any patient, right? After becoming proficient in the simulator, if they handle the real patient, the risk to the patient is very, very less. Similarly, here is a laparoscopic simulator. This is a epidural injection simulator, which is again, the doctors damage first 30 patients before they become competent, right? This is all with a touch feedback. It is not just a AR, VR, but also with a touch feedback. This is an ultrasound simulation. This is a pedicle screw simulation. This is a CPR training simulation, neonatal simulation, fire safety, even fire safety without the real extinguisher. We can now practice it with a real extinguisher in the hand, but with virtual reality headset. right? You see the virtual fire, but use the real extinguisher, put it off, so that your motor or musculomotor skills is developed, right? This is welding. This is the painting. This is a social haptics. How we can use our smartphone to interact with others using that touch feedback. We are talking about we are going to design something like we have already designed something like a Google Meet or Team Meet, where touch is added. You can touch people now remotely and say hi-fi, or so many other social events can be done, right? So, digital twin is a now big buzzword now, but can we have a tangible digital twin? That is what now we are designing along with corporates, right? Perceptual engineering is our field which we are introducing. IIT Madras along with our collaborators is leading. Perceptual algebra, the mathematics has to be changed, the physiology has to be changed, right? These are the new field which is going to come in the next few years, just like a computer science. Now, 30 years ago, there was no computer science in there now, right? Similarly, perception engineering will be there in all the colleges next 30 years, and we are leading it, right? These are the numbers which we talked about. These are the perception numbers. We got it from our lab. These numbers are used for designing the Apple phones and other things, all the demos which I have shown you, right? So these are the how algebra is going to be changed. AI plus perception engineering plus AR VR is going to be the future. Now representing ontologies, AI is going to be now very important in the coming days. So those of you who are interested in the AI, pick up the XR also, so that it can be now very unique, so that now your market accessibility is much more, right? So the main our vision, our dream is that to create XR corridor, India as a XR corridor. In the last 30 years, India is known as the IT corridor, right? In the next 30 years, can we make India as a XR corridor, right? In the last 30 years, we made IT corridor. You know, Tamil Nadu is the first state which has started the IT department, and other states followed it. Tamil Nadu is the one first started the IT policy, right? Some 30 years ago or 40 years ago. Similarly, we are going to introduce a XR policy in Tamil Nadu, right? We are going to institute XR, dedicated institute in Tamil Nadu. Therefore, now building the XR corridor. With this, our collaborator, who is the Oculus co-founder, Oculus is a headset which is bought by the now WhatsApp or Facebook company later. He is as a visiting faculty with us, and he is helping us to put up the XR corridor. The person, the IT secretary, first IT secretary who has now helped to design the IT corridor is with us to design the XR corridor. So the XR corridor will have the experiential space where a room dedicated where all these demos you can come and see, and VR courses, virtual reality courses, XR courses we are offering both for IIT Madras students and online courses, NPTEL courses, other courses, and manufacturing unit also we are pushing. We are asking the Meta to manufacture the headset in Chennai, right? They have agreed to do it. And also we have a consortium, CAVE consortium, where all these XR companies are as members. This consortium, we have about 300 startup companies exclusively working on AR, VR, MR, and these are the different composition of the consortium, associations in the consortium, brands in the consortium. There are different partners in the consortium. Some of the consortium members, startups companies, are automobile companies. They want to use XR for creating new tools exclusively used for automobile industries, right? So right from the design to the sales and marketing, now they are designing the new tool. Otherwise, the tools available for the automobile industries are very, very costly, right? Licensing is very costly, whereas using the XR, it is very easy to develop these tools and therefore now making it affordable, right? Similarly, like auto cave, we call it as the automobile industries with a cave. Similarly, there are a lot of now verticals possible, right? So educational technology cave, medtech cave, architecture, engineering, construction, AEC cave, ME cave, right? Skills cave, aero cave, metal cave, military, heritage, space tech, ocean tech, environment, fintech. Almost all walks of life is going to be influenced by AR, VR, and therefore this consortium members. We can see that now. This way, XR is much more than the AVGC. AVGC is mainly for the gaming and the entertainment, whereas XR has a lot of impact in almost all walks of life. That is one of the reasons I'm saying that XR is much bigger than the AVGC, and therefore we need to focus on it. Therefore, we need to focus on the XR corridor, and therefore we need to set up the XR Institute, right? We offer this course on foundations of XR to our not only our students but also on NPTEL and Swayam websites. This is a course on foundations of XR is one of the top courses in the world, not just in India. Okay, it is much better than the Stanford and MIT courses. It's all available for free for our students. Last time when we offered, 8,600 students took it, right? And it's all free for registration, and there are participants from other countries as well. It is offered for working professionals, faculty, and then students. Working professionals from representing many industries are there, right? Only 3% could pass the exam. It is not easy to pass the exam. We wanted quality students who can get the skills and then go to the international market, not just in India, right? That is our focus. After this course, we conduct 1 week in-campus training, right? And the top 40 performers are selected and then given as hands-on scanning. So in this course, we are emphasizing the fundamentals. We are helping the students to learn how to build a new tool instead of using the tools, Maya or any other tools. No, you can learn to use the tools, but how do we build these tools? What are the principles used in building the tools? That is what we are teaching. And that is the need of the hour. Without this foundation skills, you can't go to the international market. You can't become a global XR corridor, right? We are also taking the corporates along with this. We are conducting this familiarization workshop and then give them a state of the art, what is in AR, VR, XR, and then so that they can invent new use cases, start adapting the technologies quickly, right? And we have already given and drafted the XR policies and given to the Tamil Nadu government, and they are looking for it. This is a XR exclusively policy for XR is to be announced. I hope Tamil Nadu will be the first state to announce this exclusive XR policies, right? This is a white paper on XR in India. We have announced, we have published it. So please search for white paper on XR in Google. You will get it. There we have put up a lot of plans now how we can strategize putting India as a global leader, right? This is a metaverse. There are several indexes we have defined in the white paper. So skill gap we have analyzed in the white paper. Look like now a lot of our youngsters, there are 1,000 companies in XR in India. Most of the companies are working on the application level. We want to train them to the R&D level. Only then we can go to the XR corridor, right? So how we are going to train them is using the NPTEL courses, hands-on. We are all now working on it, right? So open source development, we are looking at working with Meta and other companies to promote open source development in India, and open hardware development. Hardware is going to be transformed, right? Unfortunately, in India, we are not manufacturing hardware. US and other companies are not releasing even the hardware in India. So we are going to focus on frugal VR XR headset, right? How do we use smartphone as a XR headset? And that is our focus. So all this, the whole global, there will be a lot of hardware emerging, but we will be focusing on the frugal XR so that our masses can easily adapt it, right? We have a XTAC newsletter. We study the policy of other countries, not just other states. we study the policy of other countries, make commentaries so that we can come up with a much better policy, right? We have XR Summit, annual XR Summit. Last year, 24, we conducted this XR Summit in November. We invited A.R. Rahman and to receive a award from XTIC for his VR movie. How many of you know that he has designed a VR movie called Lee Musk, right? Yes. So we have given him an award for his excellent work and designing. This is the first VR movie in the world, right? So we must be very proud of A.R. Rahman, and he has kindly accepted to receive the award. 2 months back, we have conducted the XR Symposium in IIT Madras. We invited the UNESCO director who is promoting the education and peace with XR, right? So you can see all the lectures or the keynote speeches as given in XR Symposium in our website. Please visit our website and then listen to his excellent speeches. So the focus of Tamil Nadu, we wanted to be, is a frugal XR. Frugal XR is that everybody has a smartphone. Can we use the smartphone as a XR headset? Right? That's the whole idea. There are a lot of challenges. We are working on the challenges. So if you look at the smartphone adaptation, India is leading the smartphone adaptation. 85% of the people have smartphone in their hands. Maybe very low end, not necessarily high end. How do we make even the low end smartphone as a XR headset? There are challenges. We are working with the corporates. Now we are working with Qualcomm. We are working with Sony. How do we make those low end headsets to make it as a XR? You can see how increasingly by 2035 we will have about 800 million headset in India. So all these smartphones, instead of having the Android, we will have the Bharat XR OS, right? Exclusively designed for India, right? We have a XTAC Academic Associates program, AAP program, helping them to starting from the setting up XR Students Club to XR Incubation. We are leading the other IITs as well in adapting the XR and contributing to the XR. And this is our proposal to set up the exclusive institute for XR, dedicated institute for XR, similar to IICT, Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, similar to other IITs or IIITs or IIIT DMs. Can we have an exclusive institute for XR, right? So we are also setting up Industry Associates program, XTAC, where we help them adapt the XR in a much way. So in summary, again, TN has a huge opportunity to lead the world in frugal XR, right? XR is much more than the AVGC policy combined together. Therefore, we need to focus on it. Exclusive policy for XR needs to be announced. Dedicated institute for XR to be set up. So with this, I'll be happy to take any questions if time permits. Otherwise, thank you so much for the opportunity. Yes.
Assistant Director, System Analyst, TNEGA, to felicitate our esteemed speaker, Mr. Manivannan from IIT Madras. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our esteemed speaker. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Thank you. All right, so our next session is all about the ecosystem focus, making Tamil Nadu a global game hub. Tamil Nadu has long been in the creative arts, and it is now rapidly evolving into the powerhouse for the gaming industry. This session brings together successful homegrown gaming companies and international investors to discuss the state's investment landscape. Panelists will explore how local studios are securing capital and how global players are expanding their footprint in India. and the incubation program solidifying Tamil Nadu's position as a premier gaming destination. And for the next session, the moderator for this session is a program director at the Gaming Development Association of India, leading industry strategy and engagement. He is project lead for IGDC, empowering gaming developers through insights and networking. A law graduate, and he brings 15 years of event experience and is a sustainable advocate. May I request our moderator, Mr. Machaya Kalangada, Head, India Game Developer Conference, IGDC, to please join the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him. And for this session, may I request the speaker, Mr. Mario Royston, co-founder and managing director, V-Loading Studios. Mario Royston, based in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, is currently a co-founder and managing director at V-Loading Studio LLP. Mario Royston brings experience from previous roles at Pixel Reflex. Holds a 2012 to 2015 Bachelor of Arts in Game Development at ICAT. Let's give a huge round of applause to him, please. And our next speaker is Mr. Mohan Das, co-founder and CEO of Chennai Game Studio. He's a gaming entrepreneur and veteran game developer with over 23 years of experience. And he has created 150 mid-core titles, 2 virtual worlds, and multiple hit mobile games exceeding 200 million downloads. As co-founder and CEO of Chennai Game Studio, he builds globally engaging gaming experience. And may I request the next speaker, Mr. Prashant Krishnan, Chief Product Officer, CPO, and co-founder, Hybro Interactive. Please join the dais. And he leads the game vision and execution, crafting genre, defining simulation experiences from concept to live ops. He shapes core loops, monetization, and progression. He believes great games blend insight, intuition, and iteration. We request the last speaker. May I request Mr. Karthikeyan Thanigavel, Head of Next Wave, to please join the dais. With over 16 years of experience in the mobile gaming industry, he brings deep expertise in game production, project management, and quality assurance. Thank you so much for joining us here, and over to the moderator now.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the really long and elaborate introduction. My name is Machaya. I'm the Program Director of the Game Developer Association of India. Before we start off, how many of you play games? Oh, nice. How many of you play games on mobile? How many of you on PC? How many of you on consoles? Okay. That's a good way. Before we start off, now that the introductions have happened, a quick question to each one of you. What made you get into the games industry? And what was the biggest challenge you faced building a game studio in Tamil Nadu? Anybody can start off. Mike Angarika.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So can you repeat again?
What made you get in the games industry, and what is the biggest challenge building a game studio in Tamil Nadu?
So the challenges, the main thing come to my mind is the talent hunt, and then the right concept. Like you have to choose the product which should sustain on your own, and you should focus on the region also, like which region you are targeting. Are you targeting India or outside of India? If it is outside of India, the talent is much more critical. Like you have to be top quality in terms of work, like art or like a back end or a front end. Like that's a very critical focus. The concept is a primary thing, and then follow that. Like we have to believe the concept and then find the right talent. And talent is a very big challenge because like when you see like with the youngsters, like mobile game is like I'm seeing like 30-40% is like lifting their hands. So that awareness is not there actually. So kids need to set this as a main domain. Then only we get the right talent. So talent is the main for my point.
So the reason why I got into games is because I think as a kid I grew up playing video games, and in college that is one of the reasons why I chose computer science as my degree itself, right? And me and my co-founders, our final year project itself was a game that we built. So that passion was why we got into games in the first place. And as far as challenges are concerned, I think building a game and building a company are two very different things. So anybody who wants to, build a gaming studio has to be ready for the long haul, and you need a lot of resilience to, succeed. And that's one of the most challenging things, is what I would say.
Yeah. In terms of this thing, the reason why I came into gaming industry is we used to play a lot of games when I was in college, right? So that time, EA Sports Cricket, I used to play a lot, like EA Sports Lara Cricket, it's called so. So that gives a lot of inspiration and motivation to come into the gaming industry, because we generally get inspired from something else in the world and then want to adopt into the career, right? So that way, Lara Cricket, that's EA Sports Cricket, that helped me in order to come to the gaming industry. And on top of it, engineering background, that helped me a lot in terms of technical analysis and stuff like that. Down the line, I came to understand that the engineering helped me a lot. That's number one. And number two, the creativity. So this is the one industry where you can put everything all together, like animation, art, and then VFX, audio, and then game programming. Especially the game programming needs a lot of AI skills, because you need a lot of AI stuff. The engineering and creativity, everything helps. So that's the reason why I into the gaming industry. That helps me a lot as a founder, not to build company. So that's number one. And in terms of challenges, as the studio that we face, the skill level. So everyone have a desire to play games, but the capability that we have to create game that we want to take it to the next level, the reskilling and the skilling for game development in order to take it to the scale, that need to be improved, that we want to focus on.
Okay. Mario, yours.
So the reason why I came into game industry is I don't want to do engineering, because when I passed out, I did my schooling in 2012. I passed out in 2012, and that time engineering was everyone if I ask my friends I want to go do engineering, but something tells me I don't belong there. So suddenly I had a spark what is it like to work in Rockstar Games. So Rockstar Games is a huge inspiration for me to get into the game industry with the games they make, and once I've been into the industry, once I started to do game development as a career course, so I learned game programming. So that take me to the next set of things in terms of game design, then game art. So I learned a lot of things there. So it inspired me to start a studio where I learned that I can run my own studio as an individual developer. So I started my studio as a two-man indie, me and my co-founder. So it was a 10 years of journey that I personally like to make games because I play games and I watch movies. This is what I love to do all the time. So that inspired me. In terms of challenges, I think, we have a huge set of talent pool. But none of us know how to make a proper high quality game. What are the standards that needs to be set? None of us have been taught here. So this is what we've been trying to do right now with our games, and we are preaching all the skills to the fellow developers and the students. So I think in few years we'll be there to make the global standard. So that's it.
Yeah. One thing I hear is that all of you have come in because of your passion. But the other problem that I hear is the talent shortfall that we have to go from 1 to 10, right? I mean, you can go from 1 to 3, but 1 to 10. Mario, you have this story of having developed hyper casual mobile games, and now you're doing PC console. You're developing PC console. From a talent perspective, was it in studio training, or was it like, like getting expertise from outside the state to really scale up? What was it like?
I would say, like, in terms of institutional trainings, yes, it requires institutional trainings, at least the basic skill sets. I think like most of all the institute does that. We can't expect more than that from any other institutes. What we need to do is like we need to, you need to grow your network on your own. Like, the one thing that helped me in what where I studied is I had the contacts of like all the industrial peoples in terms of VFX animation, and so I know like people who are inside working in different studios. That gave me more knowledge than the institutes. So if you have the passion and the right amount of work, if you keep on trying, I think like you'll be learning along the line. So that is one thing. And apart from collaborations, I would say we need more collaboration with outside of India in terms of making a global standard game in terms of tech. Because like I see a huge gap in between of tech art, technical animations, and all this stuff. So very few does that. I think like a VFX industry does that very well. In terms of game development, in terms of console development, like you need to be very precise in what performance that you need for your console. So I think like these are the areas we need to have a lot of courses, a lot of preaching, a lot of engineers needs to come on board. I think like a lot of engineers are ready to help in these terms of collaborations. So I think if we do that right, and like foreign collaborations, let's say like right now, like we are working with Sony PlayStation. So that helps us a lot of technical gaps filling. And like there are like a lot of things that you won't be getting to know in the internet or anywhere. It comes with an experience. So if you have an experienced people who make huge games, like that will help us to grow faster in terms of the things.
No, so one is you're staying in studio experience, like working with the right people, collaborating with the right people is very, very important. But the other thing is if you are going to go from a 5-man studio to a 15, 20-man studio, you need to find those 15 or 20 people to fill the studio, right? For the certain skill sets that you need. So Mohan, from that perspective, when you're talking about skilling in Tamil Nadu or in Chennai at the moment, what is the biggest talent shortfall you see? Which domain? Is it in product managers who understand monetization, user acquisition, or is it in discussion for Mohan? Then we'll.
I would say like the technical art perspective, technical art and VFX are there, but in terms of game VFX that we need to, that's like right now we are facing that issues. Like I couldn't find one VFX artist for games who at least know the basics of how to do VFX. The profiles that we got is like, the VFX that's been done for movies, which is like very
different,
high quality and not optimized. So that won't be helping us. So I think like these are the gaps that I told before, like the technical art perspective that we need to fill in that. And apart from that, the other perspectives, we need like game designers. There are like many misconceptions like what game art and what game design is. So game design are the directors who direct the game, like how the game should be, what the world is set and everything. So these have been misconceived for a very long time. Even like when I joined the course, it was like different. Even like we don't know like what is game design, what is game art. Then we learn by ourselves. So the clarity of the terms of the courses and the departments that we need. That is one thing. And apart from that, I would say QA testers. Like right now, we have only testers who just test the game and find bugs and report. Apart from that, like we need like QA profiling. You need to perform. You need to track on the performance. Like what's the technical aspects. They need to understand graphics programming principles so that like it will help the QA process even more efficient for the game studios if you are making for console games.
So Mohan, Prashant, we all also run fairly large studios. Mario has given us his perspective on the talent shortfall he sees. But how are colleges, institutes in the country itself, how are they catering to the games industry? Do they really cater to the video games industry? Are they enough equipped, or are they like dinosaurs who are really dominant in what they're teaching? What is that, and what do we need from an education perspective in the country today? Of course, our AVGC policies talk about it, but what do you think we need really for us to fast track talent? Fast track good quality talent, rather.
Yeah, definitely. So the institutes need to align with the industry requirement, especially. So, for example, recently this landscape has changed already. Like we can expect the youngsters who comes out of engineering, they are kind of aware of what is the industry is all about, what are the various game engines, how to do it, something like that. But it's in the kind of basic, like 30-40% the institutes covering up. Now, the rest of the 60%, the studio need to onboard them in order to create a good quality title. As of now, it looks like. So that's the, but we can able to see a significant shift from 0 to 40 or 50%. Now we have to take it from 40 to 100% in order to make them create quality and scalable game. So where we need to invest on them, so it takes like hardly 2 or 3 years in order to mold them, not to convert them as a quality professional in this particular field. So that's still the challenge exists. So there should be a lot of internship and industry-oriented programs need to be conducted. So that need to be improved.
After 3 years, they'll leave you and go.
Sorry?
After 3 years of investing time, they'll probably go to another studio, start off.
So I think there is still a perception problem when people look at gaming. It's still not looked at as a serious profession yet by a lot of colleges, and like my own parents took a long time to come around to me doing this as a job. So I think there is definitely a perception problem. And back in college when we wanted to do a game as a project, our HOD was totally against it. They said, why are you doing this? Do something that's useful for people, right? But I think things are coming around. I think people are coming around and looking at this as a serious profession. So I think better days are definitely coming.
That's actually a very good point from a perception perspective, right? The video games industry globally is a $200 billion industry. It's bigger than movies and music put together. And thankfully in India today, the governments, the center and states are now starting their own AVGC policies and looking at it. And we as game developing industry, we feel that the G is bigger than the A, V and C put together. And that needs to be a large part of the focus, which is why we're having this discussion also. We'll now move from talent to building a studio, right? Karthik, you come from a portfolio company of India's biggest conglomerate in video games, the only publicly listed company in Nazara. For a studio in Tamil Nadu, how do you attract investors? What is it that you all are supposed probably one of Nazara's earliest investments also? What
we are
is
the
it?
first one, I think.
Yeah,
we
I
are the
think
first
so, yeah.
one.
What is it that makes a studio attractive? And for younger developers or studios who are building their own studios, what are the key parameters one should look at while going to an investor? And what do you think a company like Nazara will look for when they come to a company like, say, Nextwave?
So Nextwave as a company, it's a 30-year-old company. We started with multimedia video production and slowly we moved to Java Mobile. And then at the time we are doing Flash games. And then during the sunset of Flash, we decided to move to Unity. And then like Mohan is our part of the team at the time, like back in 2010. So we decided that like we want to do a cricket game, and then like we analyze the market, like who are the competitors, and then like how we can stand out. So that's the exercise we did, because like we are a service-based company, and then we shift the gear to a product. It took 5-6 years. We started around 2009 and 10, and then like we have started depending on our product. It happened in 2016. So it took 5 years for us to shift the gears, and also like we started to finding the investor from 2013. The big key thing is like you need to have a solid product with a solid data. Like you should have a very good retentions, and then like engagement. The engagement loop should be good. Like there are so many parameters. Like from investor point, they always look at like whether this game is scalable. Like the down the line, like it's a 2x, 3x, or 4x. Like what is the scope and what they are targeting? The target market is like India or like outside India. There are so many factors from investor point of view. And then they keep asking multiple questions. I need to create a multiple PPT to my ex-CEO. And then it's been there for like four plus years, and finally we got invested from Nazara. The main thing is we should have a solid product and with the solid numbers. That is very critical for you to get a solid investment. It's not about the minimal investment. Like, see, for example, Morgan is running on his phone, like Mario is running on his phone. We also started running our own phone, but like we want to scale. That time, like when we are scaling, the data is very, very critical. Your product should stand out in the market. That's a very critical thing. It's easy for you to get from some investment from the investors.
Thank you. I understand. In the end, it's a numbers game, and it's a serious business, though we are creating it for fun. Prashant and Mohan, you all have done self-publishing. You all have also worked with publishers. What is that game like? For audiences here who do not understand publishing, what is publishing about?
Yeah.
And two is, when you go to a publisher, why do you go to a publisher?
So, like Mach said, I need to set a context about what publishing is first. So, when you build a game, you have two options, right? You either publish it yourself, or you can partner with somebody else who has a lot of publishing and marketing strength, and then they will take your game and then they will scale it globally. So at Hybro, we've been making games for like over 12 years now, and most of our games have been self-published, which means we build the game ourselves and we put it on a market like Google Play Store or Apple App Store ourselves. Then the second way is to partner with a publisher, right? So in the 12 years, most of our games have been self-published, and we, we have been able to kind of scale them and take them to over 125 million lifetime installs ourselves. But there is a strength that a publisher brings where there is a market which you are not very strong at, then it is a publisher who can take your game there. So for example, our strength is marketing in India. But when we wanted to make a game which had to be, marketed to a global audience like somebody in US or Europe, we immediately went and approached multiple publishers. So I think we met a publisher at the India Game Developer Conference, and we've had a very good relationship with them, and they helped us a lot in terms of what metrics we need to hit, and the creative strategy that they come up with of taking, how ads are made, and you must have played games where there are ads shown in the middle, right? So all of that creative strategy is done by the publisher. So like it's a very mix of both.
Mohan, what are your perspectives like?
Sure. So, as Prashant said, there are two routes of publishing your games. Are self-publishing, where you have to invest, you have to do all the promotions and stuff like that. The other route is you have to look for a right potential publisher. The thing is that as a small studio, you cannot able to do a lot of user acquisition. You cannot spend a lot. You don't know what works, which platform works, which doesn't. But we cannot keep on experimenting as a small studio or indie studio with a limited budget. Okay, for example, we started, after being worked with Nextwave Multimedia for 14 years, I started Chennai Games during 2018. I made all my savings and I burnt out everything, for 18 months with family support. It's self-funded company though, but thing is that the solid product is ready, but I ran out of money for promotion. Okay, so I did self-publishing, and since the game is very strong, and we got organic downloads from Google and Apple partially. But after that, we cannot able to create revenue out of it. Okay, so then I started with the help of ecosystem friends like Machaya and other this thing. I got an opportunity to visit abroad and visit various events like this. So where I got connected with various publishers, like MSN and Playgamma and Poki, Crazy and stuff like that. So that gives the opportunity to scale my project, scale my product and distribute our project to across the globe, which makes a revenue out of it. So the publisher, as Prashant said, publishers brings a lot of wealth and knowledge in order to distribute a game to the potential market. So we, luckily with God grace and various efforts, we published our Mr. Racer game to nearly 40 different platforms, and it's quite successful. It's bread and butter for us now. So with that, we are reinvesting to other new game titles and projects, something like that. Yeah, these are the two routes.
Nice. So basically you have to figure out a way, but figure out fast, fail fast, and get on fast.
Correct.
Mario, like you... were the shining light for Tamil Nadu last year. Because out of 7 studios in India, you were the one of the studios that got funded for the Sony India Hero project. What was it like? What do you think made Sony think that you could be at the game or the studio that, can fit into the top 7 in India? Number one. Number two, when you work with somebody like Sony, what do they bring to the table?
Okay.
And how has that experience been from you as a developer or studio looking at 3 years from now?
Before we apply into Sony funding, we've been already doing mobile games, right? That is one credibility that Sony had the eyes on us, because we've been making games and we have millions of downloads in terms of hyper casual games. Similarly, how we approach with publishers. That is one of the credibility, and we have a good team who understand what we make and what needs to be done, how we gonna achieve it. And the first thing what any investors do, I think most of the investors look on the numbers, I'm investing you this much, what are the things that I'm getting return, how much it would be coming. So most of the publishers work like that. Sony has one step ahead, they look on what they bring into their platform, what quality games that they bring in the platform. That is one more credibility on top of that. So the first thing is, it happened because our game our game feels good to play. So this is a Sony criteria that they have, whatever the game that is, let's say you're making a GTA game, you're gonna hype you're gonna make a GTA game, you're gonna make an open world assassin game, and gonna make open world games and all. But whatever the hype that we're gonna give before we go and submit for the pitching, they won't take it seriously. When they take a controller and play the game, how they feel it, that is one of the things that they look on it. And the second thing that they look on it is how are you gonna market the game, how much the scalability of the game would be. So let's say you're making a game, and the audience that you're targeted to, they will have a background research of how much sales you're going to have in those regions. So they will have an approximate number, okay, this is the copies, one copy would be $40. Okay, if you're going to target these many regions, they have the stats how many people would buy it in terms of the genres and everything. So we are making an action adventure game that is one of the biggest genres and the competitive genres. But what made us special is our game idea that stands out. So first thing they see is how the game is, how they look at it. Second thing they see is the marketability and the scalability. And the third thing is, are you quoting the right budget for the right scale of the game? Some would say I need more budget to make this kind of a game. Sometimes the scalability also becomes a problem. You can't just ask millions of dollars to make an open world game as a first game by yourself. That made a lot of contradiction, and that's why most of the studios have been not shortlisted. So the right budget and the right scale is one of the thing, and the good team to pull it off. So that is the thing.
It means all factors together, your credibility, what you're asking.
On top of that, if your game is good, if they see the potential, it feels good, you know how to make it, and if it has a scalability, they won't look at any of your pitches. They just give you.
So don't oversell yourself. Be modest. Be nice. Thank you. Before we move on, everybody talks about Chennai being the SaaS capital, right, or the manufacturing capital in the country at some level. But when it comes to video games or IT, Hyderabad and Bangalore take precedent. The fact also is that a large part of talent goes from Chennai to these cities, right? Super talent. So what does Chennai or Tamil Nadu need to do to make it attractive and to retain talent? Quick answers from everybody.
So I think there is already a SaaS playbook in place of how to build out a SaaS company today because of the success of companies like Freshworks and Zoho. But for games, there is no such massive success story to emulate today. And we are all very first generation companies who are trying to create that first success and hopefully become the playbook for others to follow, right? So until that happens, the kind of support that we need from government is to, one, help with sensitization, like help with perception of how games are looked at. A little bit of support from colleges where they encourage students who want to take up gaming. And yeah, I think that would be it.
Yeah.
In terms of, as far as the Tamil Nadu is concerned, the policies need to be clearly defined. So that will give us a lot of clarity and stuff like that. I hope soon AVGC policy will roll out soon. So that's number one. And some ecosystem support like grants and funds for quality titles, quality studios who are really doing good, at least for 5 years or 10 years, something like that. That kind of support system will be very helpful in order to accelerate.
So I want to quickly add one more point. On the way to the venue, I saw this big, advertisement board about how Tamil Nadu government is giving out laptops to students, right? So we look at it as a very, like they will take the laptop and probably go and learn coding or learn some concepts in there. But what often happens is they go out and play games also. Like a couple of, people in our company, our team, they grew up playing games on laptops that they got from the government. And today they are game designers and they are artists, right? So there are these secondary effects of, these little things that the government does.
Technology,
yeah. And I think, I don't know if other states are doing this, but 10 years down the line, all the people who received laptops from the government will become, like a gaming entrepreneur tomorrow. That's definitely possible.
You start living with the machine, so you start breathing the machine. Karthik, you want to add anything?
So one thing is the main thing, as I mentioned, is awareness. It's not there. It's the domain where like you are enjoy and do whatever you want. That's the advantage of this gaming domain. Like it's totally quite opposite to like your sort of a services. Like each one is having their own game. Like he is doing train and he is doing car and he is doing a casual and we are doing cricket for 15 years. But the passion is the very critical and then awareness is very critical. Once these two is there, like slowly like the industry treat this as gaming as one of the key sector. It's not like a regular, like you are banking or finance domain, like a movie, like people need to treat this as a one domain where they can play, enjoy, and also like a survey, and then they can reach a global audience. So awareness is the very critical thing. Like you should start from like your 10th or like that level. Like then only it's easy for us to like convert the people like more towards the ecosystem. Like we are like who are sitting here, the entire, as you know, the entire gaming industry is very happy to help, provided like they reach us.
Yeah.
So that is very critical. The awareness is like it's a very key thing. And also like IGDC also they are doing Chennai event also for
it's a great opportunity for the ecosystem to grow. Yeah. Maria, like you think what makes Tamil Nadu, what will make Chennai attractive to retain talent and to grow the ecosystem? Chennai or Tamil Nadu rather?
I think like sustaining the young startups who wanted to make the games and make them guide in the right direction with what we know.
Just a great point.
Yeah. Because when I started the studio, I think like there are like 10 to 15 indie studios and I've seen everything get shut down because there was no guidance at that point. Because at a point like you don't have access to the publishers, to anyone, like you don't have any challenge. Like let's say if you wanna launch a game as an indie startup, you have your game, you have a good quality game, but you don't know how to reach to Apple or Google Play because you're like very new to the industry and there is like no contact there. So you luckily somehow like if we are able to showcase for us, like we showcase in IGDC and suddenly someone comes and like they visits our game and they just put the visiting card under my pocket and like if I take and see and it's Apple. So that's how we connect with the editors and like we get editorial choice so that like we be able to get some organic downloads and be able to grow. So I think right now we have that capacity to reach out to the editors or the publishers easily. So if we guide the startups and the young developers who wanted to make a career, even, not only as a startup, even as a career, if we guide them in the right direction, they will mark their way. And you will see a lot of things that have been done. You never know. Sometimes like they would have like more knowledge than us. We just need to encourage them.
Yeah. Give them the right skills.
Yes.
What I'm hearing right now is that we need to celebrate our successes, but we also need to celebrate our failures.
Yeah.
and encourage them to say that you don't have to put your foot down and then you dig your whole self hole in a sand and bury your head. It's okay. One failure is not the end of life.
Yeah.
You can always get on. The other thing, I think, community support. And the third thing, I think, is driving down business sense that goes with passion. I think that's very, very important, which is what all of them do as founders. Just to
One more thing is like regarding the SaaS industry, like you have the competition of one company to another company. The beauty of the game industry and the movie industry is like, like the audience are there to enjoy everything that you make. The people are there to feel the entertainment. So you don't need to compete like each other's studios. We don't do that because we've been like connecting with us for like a very long time. So we share our knowledge among our studios. So we benefit from that. So there is no competition, I would say, in terms of game industry that would help us to grow more and like get some wider knowledge on the sense. And so yeah, that's one of the things.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've noticed in the organization, that everybody is open to listening to another person, helping another person out, and that way I think the games industry is very, very democratic, and it's very, very accessible for anybody. So anybody looking to understand more the games industry, all these founders are always approachable. They have a great GDAT WhatsApp group where I constantly keep seeing screenshots of, hey, I'm trying to code this is not happening, what do I do? So that way I think everybody helps everybody. Before we move on, any questions from the audiences? Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, sir, on behalf of institution, I would like to ask a question. So anybody can answer. So I am Dr. Tangakumar, Dean Computing Sciences of Hindustan University. In our university, we have taken a lot of initiatives for making Tamil Nadu a global gaming hub. So we have introduced courses in BSc Gaming Design, BDes Gaming Design, and also we have recently signed an MOU in the Game Developer Conference. So I think you would have known. So with the Game Developer Association of India. So definitely, sir, we don't stop our students who do projects in gaming.
That's good to know now.
Yeah. So my question is, so there are different variety of gaming, right? So entertainment, storytelling, right? So what kind of projects can be involved by the students immediately before the graduations, so the publisher can take it up immediately?
So you're from Hindustan, right?
Yeah, I am from Hindustan
I came to
University.
your college for my son admission for BDes.
Okay.
When I'm interacting with your point of contact, the game design team done the game design, and asked them what happened after that. Nothing. So like you creating a game design,
Okay.
but you have a BE computer science team.
Okay.
You need to connect the dot first.
Okay. Fine. Okay.
Like that's the request, because like say, after that, like we have to execute.
Okay.
Like the people are more creative, like you mentioned, like a sports game or a storytelling, everything
Yes.
is done on a paper.
Yeah.
The execution part is like you already have a strong B.Tech or BE computer science. Once you create that, and then like once you maybe they can publish. The publishing, it's not a big deal actually. It takes like $25 for you to like register in a Play Store. You can do it under your college name. Once the gamers get the traction, and then like maybe you can even app transfer also. Like if I'm going to purchase the game, the matter of 15 minutes you can transfer the game to us.
Okay.
So I think
That is doable.
just to add, I think one of the first things is to get people to put their hands and dabble in doing something. So I think running frequent game jams is a very, very good idea, because then there'll be collaboration, people get together, work on something. They'll actually be able to build a prototype. Because I don't think the games industry is, I mean, you need to create fundamentals very strong, but from what I understand, but I think a lot of it is practice makes them perfect.
Yeah, I think like right now we have a global game jam coming in Chennai, Coimbatore and Madurai. We are hosting the game jam. This game jam is not a competition at all.
Game Jam Titans, right?
Global game jam. No. Game jam Titans is one where I started my journey.
Okay.
It happened in Hindustan College, I guess,
Okay,
in
yes.
2012, I guess.
2012.
Yeah,
yes.
that's my first game jam. So global game jam is done all over the world. Like this is like a celebration of games, celebration of making games actually. So here, like you come like you come as an individual or as a team, you make games in 48 hours. You collaborate among yourselves, you share your knowledge, because this is not a competition. You just share your knowledge on what you do. And if you are a professional, you'll come there to expose yourself, to try out new stuffs, experiment with the new stuff. Let's say like I have something called, I want to try something technically new. You can try that space. So these are the game jams is one of the places where you can explore yourself, because you don't need to release that game to a audience or not. If it's really good, yeah, you can try, but it's not necessary. So நீங்க தப்பு பண்ணா தப்பு பண்ணிக்கலாம், லேர்ன் பண்ணிட்டு நீங்க அந்த லேர்னிங் எடுத்துட்டு போய்க்கலாம் அந்த கேம் ஜாம்ல. That is all about. So if you want to encourage the students, yeah, I think like many of the institutes needs to ask the students to come to participate in the game jams and participate in the events like JEDI, IGDC, because last time we were expecting a lot of students, because due to the semester, I think like it didn't happen. So yeah, this year like we will plan accordingly to invite all the students to be part of the IGDC as well. So yeah, I would say like encourage students to participate along with the industry people. That is also
very good, sir, because what will happen is professionals are there, they will learn, there'll be like some ideas will get, undone, some ideas will come in. So I think game jams are a great place to start off with. And that will also be like, like a project base where you do 6 months, you do something, you learn something, you put that into action, because by the end of 3 or 4 years, they should be able to like actually become entrepreneurs or really be a very good talent for the industry. And that only will way to practice, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
So I want to add few points over there. I understand, we completely understand your point of view in terms of academics point of view, right?
Yes, yeah.
So meaning, it's all about practice. So kids or students need to practice a various genre of games. So make sure their hands are dirty. Okay, make sure they work on various titles, various new genres, something like that. But from your point of view, maybe you can target your students to focus on puzzle-based games for 2D based stuff. Okay. And then that's kind of genre. The second one is kind of a 3D based genre, like maybe a free roaming style of games. They can keep practicing so that they covers up both 3D and 2D, so that once they come into the industry, so they will have a wider exposure, so where the industry can easily adopt them. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Any other questions? Sir, in the pinnadi yaro.
So good afternoon, sir. So my name is Surendra Kumar.
Little closer, yeah.
Hello, sir. My name is Surendra Kumar. ஸோ என்னோட கொஸ்டின் என்னன்னா, ஆக்சுவலாக தமிழில் கேட்கலாம்,
தமிழில் பேசுவேன்.
ஓகே. என்னோட கொஸ்டின் என்னன்னா, நீங்கள் வீடியோ கேம்ஸ் பற்றி பேசும்போது வாட் யூ திங்க் அபவுட் போர்ட் கேம்ஸ்? ஃபிசிக்கலாக ஒரு போர்ட் கேம், செஸ்ஸாக இருக்கட்டும், லூடோவாக இருக்கட்டும், கேரமாக இருக்கட்டும், வாட் யூ திங்க் அபவுட் தோஸ் திங்ஸ்? உங்கள் எல்லாரோட எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷன்.
ஆக்சுவலி லைக் நாங்கள் வந்து ஃபஸ்ட்டு கேம் டெவலப்மெண்ட் கோர்ஸ் பண்ணும்போது எங்களுக்கு ஃபஸ்ட்டு பண்ண சொல்கிறதுக்கு போர்ட் கேம்ஸ் தான். ஸோ போர்ட் கேம்ஸில் லைக் that is the place where you reinvent your ideas. இப்போ நாங்கள் let's say like ஒரு I am talking about same physical game. For example, நாங்கள் வந்து snake, you take any board games, this is the task that we get first as a game development course. Take a board game, existing board game, and reinvent it அப்படின்றவாங்க. ஸோ அதில் நாங்கள் யோசிப்போம் ஐடியாஸை. ஸோ வாட் ஐ திங்க் லைக் ஐ டிட் சம்திங் அலாங் வித் ஸ்னேக்ஸ் அண்ட் லேடர்ஸை சேஞ்ச் பண்ணி மங்கி அண்ட் பனானாஸ் மாதிரி மாற்றினேன். ஸோ மங்கிக்கு ரோப் வச்சு கிளைம் பண்ணுறது, லேடர்ஸ் போல் ரோப் மாற்றினேன். ஸோ ரோப் வச்சு க்ரீஸ் தடவுனா இட் வில் ஈஸிலி ஃபால் ஆஃப், ஆர் இஃப் இட்ஸ் க்ரீஸ் லைக் யூ கான்ட் கிளைம்ப் அப், யூ ஜஸ்ட் நீட் டு கம் டவுன். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ரீஇன்வென்ட் பண்ணி வி காட் ஆக்சுவலி போர்ட் கேம்ஸ் இஸ் த ரைட் பிளேஸ் ஃபார் யூ டு லேர்ன் கேம் டிசைன். So in terms of sales, I would say it's very low. There are like very few board games and card games in India, I would say. Like very few are doing it. But if you take your product, if you focus your product on the abroad, let's say European market or Japanese market, Chinese market, these are the places where you can focus on. But I don't think like you have market for India because we are like very far away from there. But the Western people and the Asian, I mean like Chinese, Japanese, these people like they grew up with card games, board games. So other than ungaloda market, if you're going to make a board games, you have to go to their mindsets of what types of board games that they play, what types of card games that they play, and make a research out of it. If you succeed there, you have a lot of potential. And when I went to Europe Gamescom, most of the, I think like 50% of the gamers just go and play board games and card games and see what are the new card games are there. ஏன்னா gamers வந்து எப்போவுமே they would like to see like what's new in the table. இப்போ 10 பேர் வந்து அசாசின் கிரீட் மாதிரியே ஒரே கேம் பண்ணிருக்காங்க, இல்லைனா பிளாக் மித் ஊகாங் மாதிரி ஒரு கேம் பண்ணுறாங்கன்னா they will get saturated. But the hardcore gamers-லாம் நீங்கள் ரைட்டாக டார்கெட் பண்ணும். But for that, like, you need to be a very hardcore gamer and target it right. So that's the thing.
ஆக்சுவலாக நல்ல ஐடியா தான் அது. ஸோ விச் மீன்ஸ் அப்படி தான் எவால்வ் ஆகும் ஐடியா. ஸோ அது ஐடியா எவால்வ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. ஆனால் என்னென்னா நீங்கள் ஸ்கேல் பண்ணுறது ரொம்ப கஷ்டமாக இருக்கும் நீங்கள் போர்ட் கேம்ஸை. பட் டிஜிட்டலாக ஈஸியாக ஸ்கேல் பண்ணிடலாம். பட் நீங்கள் ஆப்போசிட்டாக வரலாம். நீங்கள் இந்த மாதிரி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிவிட்டு டிஜிட்டலாக ஸ்கேல் பண்ணிவிட்டு ஒரு பிராண்ட் எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ் ஆனதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்கள் போர்ட் கேமுக்கு நீங்கள் ஃபிசிக்கலாக இது பண்ணிங்கன்னா நல்லா மானிட்டைசேஷன் பண்ண முடியும். ஸோ ஸ்கேலிங் வந்து ஃபிசிக்கல் போர்ட் கேம்ஸில் கொஞ்சம் சேலஞ்ச் இருக்குது. ஓகே, தட்ஸ் த பாயிண்ட்.
ஸோ என்னோட திங் என்னன்னா, லாஸ்ட் மந்த் வி ஒன் த ஸ்மார்ட் இந்தியா ஹேக்கத்தான், த பேசிஸ் ஆஃப் டாய்ஸ் அண்ட் கேம்ஸ். ஸோ அதனால தான் இந்த கேள்வி வந்துச்சு. அண்ட் ஆக்சுவலி அந்த கேமை பொறுத்த வரைக்குமே இட்ஸ் அ காம்பினேஷன்ஸ் ஆஃப் 2 கேம்ஸ், தட் இஸ் ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி அண்ட் சான்சஸ். ஸோ இந்த போர்ட் கேமில் பார்க்கும்போது வாட் இஸ் யோர் பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் வியூ இன் ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி அண்ட் சான்சஸ், ஜஸ்ட் லைக் செஸ் ஆர் லூடோ ஆர் போக்கர்? இப்போ எக்ஸாம்பிள் எடுத்துக்கிட்டா, இஃப் யூ பிளே ரம்மி ஆர் எனி திங் அரவுண்ட் அவர் பீப்புள், அவங்களோட பெர்ஸ்பெக்டிவ் இஸ் பிளேயிங் அ கேம்லிங் கேம். So can you understand that? So if I play chess, the same components like king, queen, but in chess we are playing in a board. Anga na adu viladambodhu, he is a brilliant guy. So the perspective changes. What do you think about the perspective of a game?
Actually, I think even you can shrink the current board games, but I think like right now, recently I got to a game called Checkmate. You just need to make a checkmate for the game. How you make a checkmate? One move and you make a checkmate. It's a very minimal terms of chess. Okay, so this type of audience like is easy to connect. If you're making a Ludo game, maybe see how you can make a Ludo very interesting. That would work because that has a scalability as well. But anyhow, if you ask me, board games and physical board games, you need to spend a lot of money on it, and like you need to reach the right audience, because market is like you obviously you can't able to scale in India for sure. I would say there's no way to scale in India. You have to spend lakhs of rupees to go to Europe or anywhere to showcase your board games as well. ஸோ போர்ட் கேம்ஸ் வந்து நீங்கள் எங்கேயுமே இது பண்ண முடியாது. மேபி யூ கேன் புட் அ கிக் ஸ்டார்டர் அண்ட் சே லைக் திஸ் இஸ் மை போர்ட் கேம், லைக் ஃபன் பண்ணலாம் அப்படிங்களா. பட் எனி ஹவ் லைக் யூனோ வென் யூ ஷோ கேஸ் த கேம் தான் யூ வில் கெட் அ ப்ராப்பர் ஃபீட்பேக் ஆஃப் லைக் வெதர் யுவர் போர்ட் கேம் இஸ் ஒர்க்கிங் ஆர் நாட் ஃபார் த ரைட் ஆடியன்ஸ். ஸோ இட்ஸ் அ வெரி சேலஞ்சிங். பட் இன் டர்ம்ஸ் ஆஃப் டிஜிட்டலில் யூ கேன் ஈஸிலி டூ தட். யூ கேன் ஈஸிலி ரீச் டு பீப்புள். ஸோ தட்ஸ் மை பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் வியூ.
Like Ludo King, for example, became a hit globally, right? Even like Ludo Star from Gamery Labs, they made a game. People in Pakistan started playing the pandemic. They went to MENA. It's the biggest game right now in MENA, which is the Middle East, North Africa region, and it's a Bangalore-based studio called Gamery Labs. So traditional games will work very well right now in a virtual space because there's a lot more ways to reach people, like everybody else is saying. But like Mario saying, you should just start off building something. So we have a colleague called Anand Ramachandran, who's a very old game designer from Chennai, and he keeps saying, "Day, everybody can make games. If you and your friends, when you're playing cricket in your street, if you had different rules to suit your street or your compound, then you're already a game designer by some extent. You know, you've like if you play cricket in your hall, then you'll have one pitch catch. You'll have, if it hits that chair, it's a 4. You know, things like that. So you always have been designing games all our lives. We just need to apply it to make it better."
And also one more thing is, இப்போ வந்து ஆக்சுவலாக உட்காந்து கேம் மொபைலில் விளாடுறதுக்கே நிறைய பேர் வந்து they don't have time. கரெக்டாக லைக் முன்னாடி வந்து you will take like lot of amount of time to play a game in PC console. மொபைல் வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் you play like lot of time in Temple Run and everything. இப்போ நாங்கள் வந்து ஹைப்பர் கேஷுவல் கேமோட ஐடியாவே you generally most of the people don't have time to play games. Okay, they just open their phone, இப்போ வந்து ஆஃபீஸ்லேருந்து வீட்டுக்கு போகிறதுக்கோ எங்கேயா ட்ராவல் பண்ணுறதுக்கோ இந்த கேப்பை ஃபில் பண்ணுறதுக்கு தான் அந்த ஒரு ½ மினிட் அவங்க ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் ஆகாமல் விளாடுற மாதிரி தான் பார்ப்பாங்க. அந்த இடத்துல many people don't. Some people are there. Some people are like puzzle games, so they need to think and play. But most of the audience don't do that. So, like if you want to really target those places, if you really want to do board games, I would say like go for the board games as well as a digital game of version. Rendume panna, it would be better for you.
And build a community.
And நாங்கள் ஒரு கேம் ட்ரை பண்ணோம். இட்ஸ் அ லூடோ பேஸ்டு கிரிக்கெட் கேம். இட்ஸ் தேர் இன் த ப்ளே ஸ்டோர், பட் லைக் என்னன்னா லைக் நீட் டு பிரிங் 2 coins out, like one batter, one runner. Like, but like when we play this as a party game, like when in person, that game gives you a lot of joy. But when you connect with the multiplayer, like that game doesn't give you that. Like, see, it's based on the board game is like you need to be like in a group. So that is very critical. So that's where like you can like say if you are doing a game, board game for a 10 and below, maybe those kids maybe enjoy to play. But like we can think and innovate in board game also.
You can also try interactive board games. For example, நிறைய ஃபுட்பால் வச்சு ஒரு ஸ்க்ரீன் இருக்கும், அடிச்சா கரெக்டாக இதாகும். ஸோ we can merge both together. That is also one thing that you can sell it to many.
Sell that idea to Karthik, he'll take it to Smash and break.
So in that idea have lot of places like let's say theme parks, resto bars, like இங்கெல்லாம் you can showcase it, gaming cafes. You can just sell the game. So that is one of the things that you can do. Interactive digital board games.
Have a lot of passion, figure out where to make the money out of it. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So one last question. Okay, one more question, no? No, okay. Yeah. Time irka?
ஸோ லைக்
Yes, please.
லைக் என்னோட கேள்வி என்னன்னா வந்து மக்கள் வந்து படத்தையும் கேமையும் வெவ்வேறு என்டர்டைன்மெண்ட் சோர்ஸாக பார்க்குறாங்க. லைக் எப்படி வாட் இஸ் ஐடியா அபவுட் லைக் ஐ வாண்ட் டு மேக் தி பீப்புள் டு ட்ரீட் தி கேம்ஸ் அஸ் மச் அஸ் லைக் மூவிஸ்.
We can't hear you properly. Can you?
Like I want to make the people to treat the games as much as they treat the movies. Like what your aspect or idea to make the people to treat the games like that? Like they have a lot of enthusiasm to the movies, right? So games entertainment is so much better than movies in my perspective. So yeah.
Yeah, I know that. Like obviously I like interacting with the games, and a movie oda romba emotional connect agum because I am part of the character. Just like ipo Prashant sonnarla, laptops like the government is providing, that is one of the way like easy access for many of the people to get the hardware. இப்போ AR VR எடுத்துக்கிட்டிங்கன்னா நிறைய பேருக்கு ஹார்ட்வேர் வந்து கிடைக்கிறது கஷ்டம். ஸோ தட் இஸ் ஒன் ஆஃப் த ரீசன் குளோபல் கேம் மார்க்கெட்லேயே வந்து யூ won't be having many successful AR VR games. And for லேப்டாப்ஸ் வந்து ஐ திங்க் லைக் இன்னும் ஒரு ஃபியூ இயர்ஸ் இட் would take like நாங்கள் ஃபஸ்ட்டு கேம் வந்து நானே வந்து கேம் காசு கொடுத்து வாங்க மாட்டேன். அப்புறம் வந்து நான் கேம் காசு கொடுத்து வரும்போது ரைட் நவ் த காசு கொடுத்து கேம் விளாடுறது ரொம்ப இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆயிருக்கு அட் திஸ் பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் டைம். People really wanted to buy a PC to buy games and play. So that is one of the shift that happened in the last 10 years. I'd say like இன்னொரு 5 yearsல we would be there. But இதுல இருந்து நாங்க எங்க என்கரேஜ் பண்ணோம்னா இங்க மாதிரி இப்போ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் லைக் அஸ் எங்க இந்தியாவில் ஆல்ரெடி ஒரு 20 to 25 PC console games வருது. Lot of investors trying that. So இந்த மாதிரி வரும்போது people really wanted to play these games. அதுக்காகவே PC and console வந்து ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக வாங்குறாங்க. I can see that shift happening. So I think like it's a time taking process, but it will be there.
See, it needs to become part of mainstream pop culture at some level, right? Our film industry has had a close to 100-year history and this thing. We in the games industry 15 வருஷம் இருக்காங்க, which means like in India itself our games industry was 30 years old. So we have to catch up for 70 years. So it's like changing perception of public also a lot. So large part of what we are doing is trying to change perceptions, right? Like 2 years back, we did not even have so many professors in the room when we did the same session here. Today, we have more professors in the room. So I think a lot of it, or more parents in the room. So a lot of it is perception changing and pop culture. And in India, I think we need that one big super hit to come out of India. And I think that will really change things.
Theaters, movies and theaters, OTT, எல்லாமே easy accessible இருக்கு. I think like OTT, Netflix is also giving you easy access to games right now to try out Red Dead Redemption. And so it will take a time. அவ்வளோதான். Just need to wait for the right moment. I think China market பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போ they make their games ஏன்னா they are like very invested in PC and console. அவங்க பயங்கரமாக கேம் பண்ணி அவங்க மார்க்கெட்லேயே செல் பண்ணி பிகர் ப்ராஃபிட் எடுத்துக்கிட்டாங்க. ஐ திங்க் லைக் இன் ஃபியூ இயர்ஸ் இந்தியா வில் பி ஆல்சோ தேர். We just need to encourage the people, even if it's a try, encourage them as an audience, I would say.
Like we've got people in the country now developing something like a switch, which can actually be added as an extension to your existing mobile phone. So such kind of innovation is also happening, which if it becomes a mass product, then everybody else's phone can be a playable device by itself. So people are developing stuff like that. So I think it's a matter of time. But I hear you fully.
One last question, can I? Like, in the development of game industry, like, for game development, it's not easy to ask. It takes a year, right? As an individual developer, வந்து ஒரு கேம் எவ்வளோ நேரம் ஆகும்னு தெரியும். ஸோ எப்படி அந்த மோட்டிவேஷனை வந்து ஸ்டார்ட்ல இருக்க மோட்டிவேஷன் எப்படி நீங்கள் கொண்டு போறீங்க கடைசி வரைக்கும் கேம் முடியிற வரைக்கும்? லைக் எப்படி லைக் யுவர் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் யுவர் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கேம்?
ரொம்ப கஷ்டமான ப்ராசஸ் தான். ஓகே, லைக் ஆப்வியஸ்லி there will be a lot of places you won't be eating. You would be spending nights of hours to make a game. If you don't have a proper budget, when I did, like I have zero money in my hand. I just move on with the passion. I think it's one of the hardest way to learn it. Even when you have money, there are a lot of learnings that you need to do. So patience is one of the things that you need to have. My first hit came after 5 years of my journey. I think 6 years of my journey. And last 2 years, last year, we got funded by Sony PlayStation. For that, the PC and console game, we spent 1.5 almost 2 years on the game prototype itself, only on the prototype. We still didn't start the production for that game yet. So it's a long running process. So 5 years or 6 years or PC console player, you have to take the time to, 5 to 6 years of patience game now. So that is one of the reasons most of the investors don't want to, Indian investors, because they don't know how the market would be. It's a long game. So mostly varamatanga. A better way for you to do is to learn. If this is your first game, I would say start with a mobile game. Make small games. Get your experience. Get the polishing of the game done. Or chinna game polish pannadan, clean ஒன்று பண்ணாதான், if you're going to make a bigger game, you would know a lot of things, how to polish the game. இல்லைனா half cooked இருக்கும். No one going to buy your half-cooked game. So always start small. This is the advice I was keep on telling all of the young studios and students. Don't start. If you want to learn, okay, it's good to learn the techniques, okay? But if you want to make a product, if it's your first game, start small. Even if it's a PC and console game, it's just a card game, rummy card game. Okay, wow. It's a roguelike game. So it's a single man studio. It made millions of copies sold. Okay, wow. So that is how you need to think. If you're a சின்ன டீம்னா அந்த ஸ்கேலபிலிட்டிக்கு how much effort you put in the logics systems, அங்கே தான் உங்கள் பிரெயின் ஒர்க் ஆகுமே தவிர்த்து கிராஃபிக்ஸில் இல்லை.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I know more questions. We're here right around the corner. Yeah.
All right. So thank you so much for answering all the questions with patience. Thank you so much. All right. So may I request Mr. Joseph, Project Manager TNEGA, to join the dais to felicitate our moderator and speakers, along with Mr. Sethu Kumar, Assistant Director, System Analyst, TNEGA, to join the dais. Requesting to felicitate Mr. Machaya Kalangada, Head of India Game Developer Conference, IGDC. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. And to the speaker, Mr. Mario Royston, co-founder and managing director of V-Loading Studios. Come on, everyone, please give a big round of applause. It was a very insightful session. And to Mr. Mohandas, co-founder and CEO, Chennai Game Studio. Also to felicitate the speaker, Mr. Prashant Krishnan, Chief Product Officer CPO and co-founder of Hybro Interactive. Last but not least, to the speaker, Mr. Karthikeyan Tanigavel, Head of Next Wave. Requesting all the speakers and also the moderator and the dignitaries to please join together for the group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, and all the curious minds, requesting everyone to give a big round of applause to the team. Thank you so much, dignitaries, for joining here. Thank you. So now we will be breaking for the lunch and requesting everyone to be back by 2 p.m. for the launch of Namma Arasu. And the students will have the lunch at the ground floor that has been organized for you. And for the guests, it is in the same floor at the end of the corridor. Thank you so much. And see you at 2 p.m. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and our Honorable Minister, Dr. Parnivel Tyagarajan Avargal, and also the esteemed guest all over here. Thank you so much for joining us in Umagine 2026. As the first state in India, Tamil Nadu established a separate department for IT and digital services in 1998 under the visionary leadership of former Chief Minister Dr. Kalaignar Karunanidhi Avargal. Information Technology and Digital Services Department has implemented the statewide rollout of e-district project to ensure seamless digital access to government services by citizen. 260 G2C services are delivered through 32,000 plus operational e-Sevai centers spread across Tamil Nadu. Further, the Tamil Nadu e-governance agency, which is TNEGA, continues to strengthen digital governance by bringing government services closer to citizens. Today, the Tamil Nadu government has set another milestone in our state's digital development journey with the launch of Namma Arasu, a scheme that delivers government services through WhatsApp. The Tamil Nadu e-governance agency has implemented this scheme to enable people to easily access the government services. Namma Arasu initiative is a strategic program aimed at leveraging the widely used WhatsApp platform to deliver government services, enhance citizen engagement, and streamline service delivery in Tamil Nadu. It enables citizens to access key government services from their mobile devices anytime and anywhere. As the first phase of this initiative, 50 services from 16 departments, including services from the Rural Development Department, Social Welfare Department, Hindu Religious and Charitable Endowments Department, Agriculture Department, is launched by Honorable Minister of IT and Digital Services Department. To inaugurate Namma Arasu, I would like to call upon Mr. Deepak Goyal, CEO of Carix Mobile Private Limited, to please join the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, join with me in welcoming Mr. Ravi Garg, Director, WhatsApp and Payments India. Requesting Mr. Arun Srinivas, Head of Meta India, to join the dais. Mr. Srutanjay Narayan, IAS, JCEO TNEGA, to join the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, join with me in welcoming Dr. Albay John Varghese, IAS CEO TNEGA. May I request Thiru Brajendra Navnath, IAS Principal Secretary to the Government, Information Technology and Digital Services Department, and mainly, more importantly, our Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Service Department, Dr. Parnivel Tyagarajan Avargal, for this grand launch. Now I request Honorable Minister Dr. Parnivel Tyagarajan to launch Namma Arasu WhatsApp chatbot for enabling citizens to easily avail our government services.
இந்தியாவிலேயே முதல் மாநிலமாக தமிழ்நாட்டில் 1998ஆம் ஆண்டு தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பம் மற்றும் டிஜிட்டல் சேவைகளுக்கென்று ஒரு தனித்துறையை தொடங்கி வைத்தார் முன்னாள் முதல்வர் டாக்டர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள். இன்று மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களின் வழிகாட்டுதலின்படி நம் மாநிலத்தின் டிஜிட்டல் வளர்ச்சி மேலும் ஒரு உயரத்தை எட்டியுள்ளது. வாட்ஸ்அப் மூலம் அரசு சேவைகளை வழங்கும் நம்ம அரசு திட்டம். அரசின் சேவைகளை மக்கள் எளிமையாக பெற வழிவகை செய்யும் இ-சேவை என்னும் முத்திரை திட்டத்தை செயல்படுத்தி வரும் தமிழ்நாடு மின்னாளுமை முகமை இந்த திட்டத்தை முன்னெடுத்துள்ளது. இதன் மூலம் இ-சேவை மையங்களிலும் இ-சேவை வலைதளத்திலும் மக்கள் பெறக்கூடிய அனைத்து குடிமக்கள் சேவைகள், இணைய வழியில் வழங்கப்படும் மற்ற துறை சார்ந்த அரசின் சேவைகள், பயன்பாட்டு கட்டணங்கள் போன்றவற்றை வாட்ஸ்அப் செயலி மூலம் மக்கள் இனி பெற முடியும். 7845252525 என்ற எண்ணில் வாட்ஸ்அப் மூலமாக நம்ம அரசு என்னும் இந்த சேவையை மக்கள் பயன்படுத்திக் கொள்ளலாம். இதனால் அரசின் சேவைகளை அணுகும் முறை எளிமையாக்கப்பட்டு வாட்ஸ்அப் மூலமாக நிமிடங்களில் மக்களின் தேவைகள் பூர்த்தி செய்யப்படுகின்றன. இதன் முதற்கட்டமாக ஊரக வளர்ச்சித்துறை, சமூக நலத்துறை, இந்து சமய அறநிலையத்துறை, வேளாண் துறை உள்ளிட்ட 16 துறைகளின் 50 சேவைகளை மாண்புமிகு தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பம் மற்றும் டிஜிட்டல் சேவைகள் துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இன்று தொடங்கி வைக்கிறார்கள். அவர்களுக்கு நெஞ்சார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். மக்களின் ஆதரவுடன் வருங்காலங்களில் மற்ற சேவைகள் அறிமுகப்படுத்தப்பட உள்ளன.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please. Now, may I request all our esteemed guests on stage to kindly join our Honorable Minister Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan for the unveiling of Namma Arasu poster. Can we give a big round of applause, please, while doing this launch? And this is going to be the most useful, helpful things for all the citizens of Tamil Nadu. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, now Namma Arasu is now officially launched. Let's give a big and huge round of applause. Come on, everyone. All right, sir. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Once again, let's give a huge applause for the launch of Namma Arasu, which is going to be more helpful and useful for all the citizens of Tamil Nadu. Now, may I request Mr. Arun Srinivas, Head of Meta India, to give the presentation on transforming governance in the state of Tamil Nadu with WhatsApp. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to him, please.
வணக்கம். ஸோ நான் சென்னையில் தான் பிறந்து வளர்ந்தேன். ஸோ நான் பிறந்த இடத்திற்கே திருப்பி வந்து இந்த வாட்ஸ்அப் பாட்டை லான்ச் பண்ணுறதுல மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி. ஸோ இது இந்தியாவிலேயே நாங்கள் 3rd ஸ்டேட்டில் லான்ச் பண்ணுறோம். இது வந்து நம்ம முதல்ல ஆந்திரா, ஒரிசாவில் லைவாக இருக்குது. பட் வாட் clearly we are seeing is that I think with the digital infrastructure that Tamil Nadu has, we've been really impressed with the speed, and the efficiency that the entire government of Tamil Nadu, and we owe a big, gratitude to the Honorable Minister as well as the entire team of secretaries in really getting us rapidly to this position. So we really indebted to, I would say the strong infrastructure that the state has is really, unrivaled in many aspects, and clearly IT is one of them. So what we clearly see with this is that citizens across the state, almost about 8 kodi makkal irukanga inga, so they will be able to access, today we're launching with 50 services, but over time there will be many more services. And we have seen, for example, the power that this helps for ordinary citizens, right? With the power of a number today, over time, they can get any government service and assistance. So be it, booking bus tickets, be it booking temple darshans, be it getting, schemes and subsidies and social welfare and justice, as well as even things like hall tickets for exams over time. All of these are possible on WhatsApp. We've already seen, as I said, some of the examples being used, and I'm pretty sure that Tamil Nadu will actually, be one of the leading states given the rapid penetration and adoption that we see to really be using all of this. So I think this not only, gives the power of, I would say, scaling services. So imagine, if somebody is sitting even in rural Tamil Nadu, they do not have to visit the nearby, office of the panchayat or the taluk office to really get a certificate. Most of these can be downloadable on WhatsApp. So this will obviously improve, governance and clearly benefit the government a lot in really administering everyday service. So as we know, WhatsApp is everywhere. WhatsApp obviously is used by every single citizen in this country. It's also very conversational. So even if people do not understand and have doubts, they can clearly converse. And this actually strengthens the bonds between, I would say, the government and citizens. The third thing is there are many things which can also be used in this medium to help them on day-to-day issues. For example, if there is a cyclone warning, you can immediately address the relevant districts and, make sure you reach the right citizens. So these are things that actually will start, I'm sure, improving the quality of life, for each of these citizens here. So this is one number that I think the citizens have to remember, which you just saw, 7845252525. This unifies all the services. It is designed with the citizen in mind, and we will work very closely with the minister and his team across ministries to really make sure that whatever they want in terms of forms, any other service can really be seamlessly done in multiple languages as well. So it's not only in English, it starts off in Tamil as well, where people can obviously make these queries in Tamil. More importantly, as I said, it brings all the departments together, right? So otherwise, typically, a citizen will have to go to different departments for different services, whereas with the power of this single number, you're able to actually reach out to all departments together. So whether it is payment of water, like I mentioned, a weather forecast or cyclone, for example, birth certificates, fertilizers, subsidies or availabilities, trade license renewals, Pudumai Pen scheme that the government has launched, all property tax collection, all of these are possible, and many more services will clearly, start getting added to this roster. So with, this, I think this is only the beginning. As I said, we have about 50 services right now, which we are going live with. But clearly, we envision a scenario where thousands of services, across departments will soon be available on WhatsApp in collaboration with the government. Again, a big, thanks to the Honorable Minister and the entire team of secretaries and our partners, without whom we would not have been here today. Thank you very much.
All right, sir. So thank you so much for sharing a lot of details about Namma Arasu app. Thank you. So going forward, we will be announcing the next session on the topic Reimagining Citizen Engagement, the Shift to Mobile First Governance. So may I request the moderator, Ms. Divya Kemani Vadera, Head of Strategic Programs and Partnerships, to please join the dais. All right, once again, thanking our Honorable Minister, Dr. Panivel Thiagarajan Avargal. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is on the title, Reimagining Citizen Engagement, the Shift to Mobile First Governance. All right, so going forward, the next session, I'm repeating it again for you. It's reimagining citizen engagement, the shift to mobile first governance. And we would like to welcome our moderator. She is a commercial and technology leader at Meta, driving strategic programs and partnerships across Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram. With prior roles at Vodafone and Microsoft, she excels in growth, connectivity, and product innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join with me in welcoming our moderator, Ms. Divya Kemani Vadera, Head of Strategic Programs and Partnerships. Huge applause, please. May I request our speaker, Mr. Ravi Garg, Country Head of WhatsApp for Business Meta, to please join the dais. He's the Head of WhatsApp Messaging Business and Payments in India, leading revenue and growth initiatives. With over 25 years of experience across IT, telecom, and FMCG, and nearly 13 years at Microsoft, he brings deep expertise in strategy, sales, marketing, and operations to drive WhatsApp's expansion in India. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge applause to him. May I request our next speaker, Mr. Manpreet Singh Ahuja, Chief Client and Alliance Officer, PwC, to please join the dais. And he's a member of its leadership team with 20 years of global consulting experience. He leads strategic clients relationships and mid-market growth and alliance ecosystems. Last but not least, may I request our speaker, Dr. Albie John Varghese, IAS CEO, TNEGA, to please join the dais. And he's awarded for health and girl child protection as district collector. A medical graduate and first attempt IAS topper, he drives innovation, transparency, and citizen-focused public service delivery. Thank you so much for joining us here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause, and this session is going to be more interesting. Over to you, moderator.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's been a privilege to work with the Tamil Nadu e-governance agency for the last few months, right? And today marks a very important milestone with the launch of WhatsApp for governance in the state of Tamil Nadu. And during this discussion today, what we're going to try and do is explore how mobile-first governance enabled through public-private partnership is reshaping citizen engagement and setting the direction for next phase of digital public service delivery. And I think, sir, it's only right, Dr. Albie, that I start my first question, although it's for all the panelists, but I think it's important that I start with you. So citizen expectations are shaped by instant digital experiences, right? Whether you want to book a movie ticket, you want your banking needs fulfilled, or even ordering groceries, right? Now, how does mobile governance fundamentally change the way governments engage with the citizens compared to the traditional e-governance models?
So, I think, first of all, today is a very, very, very pleasant day for us. I mean, we are really happy that we are able to launch the citizen services through WhatsApp today. And coming to your question, Divya, I think this is an effort by the government to match the aspirations of the people, right? I mean, over the last decade or so, the service delivery in all the sectors have transformed, right? You know, now we are making an order in Blinkit or Septo, and we are getting this in our home in the 10 to 15 minutes. So same thing, you know, whether you consider messaging, banking transactions, booking tickets, whatever it is, that the citizens' aspirations of getting the services immediately has grown. And governance is one area where probably we are slightly lagging behind in matching the aspirations of the people. While the quality of the service and the delivery of the service may be exceptional, but at the same time, to get it fast, get it prompt, get it immediate, there is definitely a gap. And probably this WhatsApp services, citizen services through WhatsApp is probably our effort to match this gap. So what I can say is that maybe the web portals which were introduced in the last decade gave some access to people. You can do it from your home. You can probably do it during any time of the day. But at the same time, it also had some gaps. Basically, somebody with a computer connection, with an internet connection, some kind of digital literacy, some kind of understanding about how processes and systems work. Only those people who are able to avail the services.
Right.
But when we launch these services through WhatsApp, which is an inherently known and familiar platform to the common citizen, and when we are doing it in partnership with an organization like Meta, I think we will be able to leverage the possibilities where we can make it inclusive for everyone. So I think it's a great step for governance in Tamil Nadu. And we just started with 50 services. I'm sure in the next few months, we will be able to launch all the currently online services, which we currently deliver through our e-survey program. Yeah.
That's wonderful. It's heartening to see the fact that we're looking at a truly inclusive governance model. Ravi, I'll come to you. Now, people are very, very comfortable using WhatsApp, whether it's messaging friends, family, we all wake up to a good morning message, right? Or even engaging with a business. I'd love to get your thoughts on how does WhatsApp for governance leverage this familiarity to enable meaningful two-way engagement with governments and departments?
Thanks, Divya. Firstly, again, congratulations to everybody in this room for the launch of this bot. This is our initiative as WhatsApp to bring services very close to people where they are and make things much more easier for citizens to access anything that they want. Coming to your question, Divya, WhatsApp is part of our life. Many people say we start our day with WhatsApp and we end our day with WhatsApp. You wake up the phone, you wake up in the morning, the first thing you check is WhatsApp. Before you go to sleep, you check WhatsApp. It's been so part of our life. Over the last few years, we have been on this endeavor where, like WhatsApp has brought people closer to people, we were trying to bring people closer to business as well. So today, via WhatsApp, you can access any type of business service, whether you want to buy a product, whether you want to do a banking transaction, you want to pay your school fees for kids or any other healthcare. We have been on this journey where WhatsApp is now bridging that divide between people and businesses as well in a very easy, simple way. A couple of years back, we had an experience with one of the government services, which was metro services. And metro services are very, very important in most large cities, including Chennai, where you stand in queues, you buy a ticket, but it's bridged that gap. We saw people were standing in queues in 40-degree temperature or pouring rains. And we built a metro ticketing solution on WhatsApp. And suddenly we saw WhatsApp become the most used ticketing solution for metro ticketing. People didn't need to wait in queues for 30 minutes, 40 minutes, or in pouring rains and things like that. And that inspired us saying like, hey, we can really make WhatsApp something which can be very impactful for citizens. It's not just for business. It can really be used by citizens for getting anything. Imagine a farmer sitting in a rural part of Tamil Nadu. He's looking for what is my crop price today, what is the price at which I can sell, or how will the weather be. Or his kids, they need latest education, but they don't have those resources in those towns. And can WhatsApp bridge that gap? Like healthcare in smaller towns, rural markets, you don't have best of facilities. You don't even have good doctors. Can WhatsApp bridge that gap? With that vision is where we thought that, hey, we should start engaging with government and we should start bringing the power of WhatsApp and the APIs that we have built to make services very easily accessible for citizens, and not just one service, but any service. And with that initiative, we started engaging with state governments. We have 2 governments that we launched before today, which was Andhra and Orissa, and then, like Arun said, Tamil Nadu is one of the most progressive and most advanced one. This is our initiative. We are to see how WhatsApp can really bridge that gap for citizens in any corner of the country to get any service. And today, while we are saying a citizen in Tamil Nadu can access a citizen service in Tamil Nadu, tomorrow imagine you can access any service anywhere in the country. Like you can access your DigiLocker, you can access your Aadhaar, everything via WhatsApp. So that's our initiative of bringing governance very close to citizens and bridging that divide which exists today in the country.
That's great to hear, Ravi. We're clearly, now with the Tamil Nadu WhatsApp bot also being available in Tamil, we're bridging that digital literacy divide and making it more and more accessible. Coming to you, Manpreet, as PwC, you obviously work with a great deal of, departments, governments across the country. I'd love to get your thoughts on what, as per you, are the critical success factors for governments to move from pilot projects to scalable, sustainable mobile governance programs.
Sure, thank you. But first of all, I got to congratulate the group here because even when you're sitting in Europe watching a $150 match, and you have to stand in a queue for a ticket, trust me, somebody who experiences the Delhi metro on WhatsApp seems to feel we are at least 10 years ahead. So congratulations on being, ahead of the world and making Indians proud. So, to your question on critical success factors, I just fundamentally think for a change like this, there needs to be a clear owner. That's the first most important piece, because it's not a project. It's almost like delivering a service. So it's not about just building a platform and getting done. You need a clear owner who owns this entire initiative and then drives it. The second thing I feel is this is not about digitizing a process. This is about simplifying a process. So therefore, it's important to change the process and then bring in technology to be able to create a delight. So, when Ravi said, we were saying, how can we make the lives of that citizen easier by not making them stand in a queue? They did not just digitize the process, they simplified the process. And then technology becomes a lot more easier. Data and integration are two things that are extremely important, because data is the feedback loop. You've got to figure out and learn how the adoption's happening, how the queue times are going down, what are some of the exceptions that are happening, what's the experience that's landing, and that feedback loop helps you improve. And integration, of course, you got to make the whole thing convenient. It's not just information. You want to get the transaction done. So these are 3 or 4 things that become very, very critical to be able to drive a change and sustain a change. But, WhatsApp is so intuitive and AI is making it a lot more easier. Conversational things make it a lot easier. So what was a challenge 5 years back in terms of driving adoption, courtesy the technology and clear ownership, it's becoming easier.
Right. I think it's about leveraging technology to meet people where they are rather than them having to, work and understand technology better. Ravi, I'd love to come and ask you a couple of questions. Now, prior to the launch of Tamil Nadu, right, this of course is a great moment, and it is also an example, TNEG is also an example of how quickly you can go from signing to going live. But before this, we've worked with other states and, from your experience of working with Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, can you share examples of how citizens have been leveraging these bots, and how has this brought about tangible benefits to the citizens?
Yeah, sure. And to Divya's point, when we imagined first time when we started working in Andhra Pradesh, it took almost 8 months for us to launch. Tamil Nadu, we are launching in 3 months. That's technology advancement that Tamil Nadu itself has. So that's a great experience with Tamil Nadu government. But in the states that we launched, Andhra and Orissa, like Divya said, we are seeing really significant impact of the solutions we have built and real adoption by citizens for things that really matter. Andhra Pradesh, we are live with 700 services, while we are launching with 50 in Tamil Nadu. They started with 700 services and significant impact. Today, on an average, on a monthly basis, almost 50 lakh people use one or other service every month over last 6 months. And that number is already growing, exponentially growing. One example I'll give you. In summers, classroom admission tickets for board exams is very, very important for students. And the way they today happen is they have to go to the school and collect, or they have to go some website and download and things like that. We brought that solution on WhatsApp, and 90% of certificate downloads happened on WhatsApp in the summer situation, because it was so easy. With one click, you were able to download that. Today, we see adoption of services in terms of ticketing, birth certificate download, death certificate downloads, tax payments of water. One big thing in Andhra we saw was temple darshan booking. Andhra has Tirupati and many other big temples, and a lot of citizens, they used to stand in long queues. Now they can book a ticket, take a time, and then go there. So there is real adoption we are seeing there. Orissa, we went live with almost 175 services. We took a survey recently, we got feedback. Almost 40% efficiency is achieved in any simple task, which was otherwise done offline versus being done by WhatsApp. So a citizen, if he needs to go to get a birth certificate or death certificate from a department, it takes a couple of hours. In WhatsApp, in a couple of minutes, they're able to do that. So that's the type of impact that we are seeing across different state governments. I gave you example of metro ticketing, where we are today, people may not know it, but we are today the largest digital platform for metro ticketing in the country across all the metros. We are live with 7-8 metros, Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, Chennai. We are the largest ticketing platform because it's so convenient. I'm hoping that that's what we are able to do with Tamil Nadu. Today is just the beginning with 50 services. I'm sure we'll have hundreds of services. But the real success for us, and we will celebrate when we see millions of citizens in Tamil Nadu adopting that services, honestly.
Thanks, Ravi. Dr. Albi, we touched upon the topic of bridging the digital divide, right? And it'll be good to get your thoughts on how do you see platforms like WhatsApp improving inclusivity, especially for citizens in the rural areas, the first-time digital users, like you said, they'd not be comfortable accessing portals and laptops, or those preferring services even in their own language, that is Tamil, right? And from our experience of working in states like Andhra Pradesh, what we've seen is that welfare schemes are also some of the most used services on the bots. Now, do you think this platform will enable true two-way communications where citizens will not only access services but also share real-time feedback that will help government further refine implementation and even, perhaps in the future think about co-creating scheme designs?
Okay. This launch of services would be a real push in bridging the digital divide, especially in rural and semi-urban areas. So one thing is that the barrier of language, that is something which we have overcome now, and at the same time, how we have designed the service is to be based on intent mapping. Like basically, currently, if somebody has to know whether a service is available online for him to access the service. As of now, it is not presently there in many of the departments where all the services are centrally mapped in a platform or a page, right? So, but in WhatsApp, if I'm looking for birth certificate in the model that we have currently launched, if we type certificate or if you type birth, it will throw you options. So basically, it is much more easy and convenient for citizens to do this. And as such, I should appreciate WhatsApp is a very, very intuitive platform by itself, right? I mean, millions of people across the world are using intuitively. Right. And when you're bringing governance to a platform which is so familiar, intuitive, and known to them, I think that will also help us in bridging the digital gap. At the same time, we are also looking forward for the conversational dynamic that it can bring in, and the vast amounts of data we can receive through two-way communication. So that is again another area which we are focusing, and probably we should be able to do more about it in the next phase of the initiative.
Got it. And Manpreet, because Dr. Albies touched upon the topic of data, I cannot not ask you about measuring the impact, right? So how should governments measure success beyond just adoption numbers as per you to truly assess the impact of mobile governance on citizen satisfaction and even service outcomes? And, PwC often looks at macro level impact of digital transformation. We'd love to get your thoughts on the projected economic value of shifting high volume transactions, especially things like utility bill payments, to a mobile first automated platform.
Yeah, so I think productivity is the most intuitive benefit that comes through, and adoptions are very critical metrics to get to productivity, but there's really 3 or 4 things that are very, very critical. One, of course, is, it's clearly a time saving because the citizen's spending less time and the government spending less time to fulfill the citizen's needs. So that's clearly a no-brainer. I think the second thing that's very important is the access, which is now available. So you got to, as you're implementing and driving this, measure the impact of how the access has been expanded to rural people, to migrant workers, to women, to, the inclusivity quotient will, data will begin to start telling you that the access has expanded, and that leads to better scheme adoption and better sort of returns on the government machinery and the effort that's being done. The third thing, of course, is, you got to also track the repeat usage. What is the satisfaction that's coming through? Because if there is a repeat usage that's happening, that's telling you the service is sort of moving on the right track. So that's the third very important metric that's critical to get a sense on the benefits. And last, of course, is the cost to serve. End of the day, the real rubber hits the road when the number of people that are required to deliver to this level of service to citizen actually begins to get optimized. And that's really the 3 or 4 things that need to get measured beyond just adoption for the real benefit to be visible across the board. And last but not the least, as I said, whether it's a company or a large government,
productivity and simplification is the first lever that creates the competitive advantage. It's that competitive advantage that gets you in the growth mindset, because when you have capacity is when you are able to think and start addressing the needs that are currently unaddressed. So that's the strategic economic benefit that I would think something like this would bring to the table.
Right. And yeah, while we're trying to simplify lives of citizens, what I also hear you saying, it is a balancing act between, how does it benefit the citizens? Plus, is it even reducing the cost to serve? Are we having to invest less in physical infrastructure? Are people having to go less to offices to get work done? Ravi, coming to you. Now, you talked about how, we've learned from every state in which, we're now able to crunch timelines, do things faster. Now, drawing upon your experience that now that we've been working with the Tamil Nadu e-governance agency for a while and the various state governments, what are some of the strategic and operational learnings you could share to guide other states that are considering launch of similar citizen service initiatives on platforms like WhatsApp?
That's a very good question, and I can say Manpreet briefly touched upon it in his initial response. This is not about bringing a digital service on WhatsApp. When we started with a couple of governments like Andhra, Orissa, they brought their long forms. Like if you see today, government experiences, whenever you want something, you will get a very big form which you have to fill, write 50 lines in columns, and then somebody processes that form, and then something happens after that as a paper process. And the government brought same form saying, hey, you replicate that on WhatsApp. Now, that's not WhatsApp. WhatsApp's power is simplicity. In one word, you should get the outcome. And so it is when any government, and we're working with all the governments, when they are looking at WhatsApp and simplified governance, it is not about replicating what you have in the physical world or even in your digital processes where you built on portals maybe 10 years, 20 years back. It's about reinventing that process itself. Many of the processes today probably are not even relevant in the mobile world. You don't need 50 things. Maybe there is data, like your basic information is already there with you as a government. You can just verify with one number through Aadhaar. You don't need to ask the citizen to fill that whole information again for every service. Right? Today, every department in a government operates independently, and every department asks you first for the same information. Your name, date of birth, location, address, everything. Whereas that data is already centralized now, and with one Aadhaar verification, you can get that. So some of those process reinventions can really bring this simplicity and power to the WhatsApp the way it is. So that's one thing that we believe that governments should think when they think of very easy governance and digitized governance, is to reinvent some of the processes. Second, and which we saw definitely in the state of Tamil Nadu, is a very strong sponsorship from senior government leaders. And we saw the sponsorship from the Honorable IT Minister here today. That's very important because it's not just about one department, it's about bringing the whole state together. A lot of different departments have different processes, different structures, different owners. And how do you bring all of them together? Because there's no point you bring 5 services on the WhatsApp and other 5 are not there because those departments probably are not convinced that they are not ready. So we really think a very strong sponsorship from senior leaders and ministers of the state can really bring that power of WhatsApp to the citizens, and those are some of the learnings that we are having, to be honest. That's what we start with now when we go to any state government, that you have a bigger sponsor, are you ready to reinvent your processes?
That's right. And I think there's no better person to talk about behind the scenes than Dr. Albee himself. Now, everybody's talking about single number, simplified experience, unified experience, but behind bringing to life such a solution is a complex operational effort across multiple departments. Like, we've seen how your teams have rallied over the last, couple of months, getting things done, not just within TNEJ, but across multiple departments who are actual owners of these processes, right? Can you take us behind the scenes and share how your team coordinated across departments, aligned processes, and drove execution to make this WhatsApp bot a reality? And if the other states were to ask you, what are some of the lessons that you've learned that could help them maybe go faster on this journey?
See, first of all, I should start by thanking my team who has worked for the last 3-4 months, on getting us to this day. They have worked really, really hard. And not just our team at TNEGA, our organizations, other departments, line departments, and the IT liaison officers and SPOCs of those departments also. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of them. And having said that, it is not a very easy thing to do. When multiple departments and multiple stakeholders are involved, always it needs a lot of give and take and a lot of conversations to just even start the services, right? So I think, one thing which we got it right in Tamil Nadu is the strong intent of the government. Right, as Ravi was telling, the Honorable IT Minister and the government and the senior leadership was very clear that, this is something we want to do for the people of Tamil Nadu. And as such, the government also has a motto of delivering everything for everyone, right? To reach out to the last person, unto this last person. We want to take the services up to this last person. So with that motto and with a strong push from the government, we were able to align the departments, all the 16 departments, to this common vision of delivering services through this new platform. And when we were able to do that, what we did right, which I probably think is that, we did multiple workshops, interdepartmental workshops, and we demonstrated these are the capabilities of the platform, and these are the capabilities probably we can do through WhatsApp. And what service do you think will be the first to be launched in WhatsApp? So rather than taking this decision from TNEGA or from the IT department, we gave this decision to the concerned departments. And once they have zeroed in the services which can be brought into WhatsApp, and once they were invested, it was much more easier for us. So I think probably this is one thing which we got it right in the very early phase. And after that, we were able to get dedicated persons, dedicated SPOCs in all the departments, and our teams were able to, the horizontal, everything was not needed to be scaled up to my level or the levels to the project management level. Things were able to be coordinated horizontally at the team level itself. So that is again something which we are able to do. Third thing, one thing which I think which was very crucial for our rollout in say 3 months is that we also selected services which are already available with a functional API. Right? So we thought that, it is feasible for us to launch those services and to start the services, say with 50 services, and then build it up. Rather than, keeping on working on it and probably one fine day we come up with 200 services. Rather than we thought it will be, because this is a new method of governance which we are proposing. And we are also willing to learn from the biggest stakeholder, which is the common man who is going to use the platforms. So we thought, we will go right out there, start and launch the services. And based on feedback, we are also ready and willing to, course correct or reinvent and remodify the way the services are delivered. So I think these are probably the 3 lessons which we learned on the way in implementing this, as Ravi was said, in the last 3 months.
Thank you for sharing. And what's interesting is that technology is only one part of the story. What I heard both you and Ravi talk about was intent, the intent to make that happen. And that takes me to Manpreet. Manpreet, having worked across numerous projects, what organizational, cultural, and capacity building changes have you witnessed across government departments that are enabling them to fully realize the value of mobile governance?
Yeah, so I think in any large transformation at a government level, at an organization level, it's not the technology that fails you down. It's the underlying people who are running it, the mindset with which you are running it, that needs to change. So change management ends up becoming very, very critical. Now, how do you drive that change management? And that has to be thought through in the design itself. So, when I sort of look around the governments at this point in time, everybody is going back and saying, how do there was a time when the asks used to be, I have this portal, can you digitize this portal? So that the citizen can get to me and discover my needs a little better by getting to the portal. But get to the shoes of a citizen, they have to remember the portal, they have to log into the portal, remember the password, and then figure out the long form that Ravi was talking about. Automatically you're trying to create friction points in this entire journey. But when we are designing it today, governments are beginning to ask, I mean, I know you're in the early leads, but the governments are going back and saying, how can I get a conversational entry point through a common interface where I can actually discover, where the government gets closer to me rather than me getting closer to government. Now, when you design the processes like these, the change begins to start getting a little better and easier. And second thing, I think the clear single owner, because what will happen is, the government machinery runs through departments, but the citizen doesn't care. I mean, the life of a citizen is not running on departments. I've had a child, and that's the important piece for me. Now, if there are 3 departments that need to get together to be able to get me a certificate, that integration needs to happen in the design itself. So those are some of the fundamental bits that have to be thought through in the design itself to be able to drive the change. Technology will not fail. It's the back end that actually needs to be tighter.
Got it. Got it. As we move towards the last section of this panel, Ravi, I cannot close this panel, before asking about AI. Now, as AI becomes integral to citizen services, how is WhatsApp thinking about integrating AI to enhance responsiveness, and other examples that you can share with us that has made journeys more intuitive for citizens, for customers, leveraging AI or even voice for that matter?
Absolutely. I think AI will be part of everybody's life, whether we today realize it or not, or whether we like it or not. That's where the world will move. Yes, there are goods and bads of AI, but the good part is AI will really help simplify and improve a lot of things that today are still cumbersome. I'll give you an example. We spoke about it, but let's say if today somebody falls sick, and specifically in the smaller town, people who are not rich, they have to go through so much of pain, right? They have to figure out what is the insurance, what are the government benefits, which is the hospital where I can take my child, whether those treatments are available or not, where do I buy medicines, where do I get all those tests. Now, there's so many things. Like Manpreet said, the person is more worried about the patient, right? And he's forced to do so many things. He has to file an insurance document, he has to figure out the appointment, he has to figure out the bed, he has to figure out the transport, ambulance or something like that. Imagine that it's that scenario for somebody who's in a smaller town who doesn't have resources or money like people in this room may have. Now imagine that power on WhatsApp, where the moment somebody in your family is sick, and maybe any government site, let's health department site, you just say, I'm sick. And then the AI takes over and starts giving you every information proactively. It will figure out which city you are in. It will figure out which is the nearest hospital, what is the bed, what is the medicine, who is the doctor available. It will book an appointment for that the patient for you in the doctor. It will line up the treatment. It will give you everything. It will also help you find the insurance. Whatever the state government health insurance or the central government health insurance schemes, it will get you all the paperwork lined up. Imagine a person doing that for you. You don't need to worry about doing that. You just worry about taking care of patient. That's the power of AI. That's what we think we can bring on WhatsApp once we bring these citizen services together and when we start layering with AI. That's a very advanced version that I said. Simple version is today not many people are even educated to fill a form, for example, like we spoke of. There are many processes. Imagine you just call on WhatsApp, not to a human being, but to the bot, the Tamil Nadu bot that we saw, and you just say, I want this, and then the AI takes over, starts filling the form, it starts pulling information from your Aadhaar card or any other data that you have filled in the document, it starts automatically filling that and makes you just say, okay, and the job is done. So AI may bring a lot of processes simple. We are working with bringing some of these experiences on WhatsApp, but of course, we can bring only the front-end experience. The back-end technology, obviously, we'll need to work with the state governments to make it happen. But that's our ultimate vision, where every citizen in a state with the state government bot also has an AI agent working for him to get those services easily accessible to them. So that's where we are visualizing this to happen, and hopefully we'll be able to realize that dream in a couple of years from today.
Thanks, Ravi. And I think last question for the afternoon is for Dr. Albi. You have to give us a peek into the future. Today we've launched 56 services on the bot. What is your vision for the bot going forward?
So as I was saying in the beginning, this is an effort from our side to match the aspirations of the people of Tamil Nadu. Right? So rather than designing portals or designing web pages and forms and looking for people to come and find us, we are making that effort to reach where people are actually there and trying to meet where they are in the ways they can understand and they can relate to. It is an effort like that from our side. And we are launching 50 services today, and in the next 6 months, we are planning to launch another 100 services. And going ahead, we would like to launch all the digital services of Tamil Nadu through the platform of WhatsApp in the next 1 year. That's our road ahead. I'm sure our team, which has done this in the last 3 months, will make sure that this aim is also reached in the next 1 year. Thank you.
No pressure at all, right? So today's discussion clearly highlighted that mobile first governance is not just about technology, it's about intent, it's about collaboration, and it's about building systems and processes that simplify citizens' lives. On that note, thank you for being a very patient audience. This is only the beginning of this partnership with Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, and we look forward to building on this partnership. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much for the great session. It's indeed an informative one. And you beautifully moderated it, ma'am. Thank you so much. All right, so to felicitate our moderator and the speakers, may I request Mr. Sritanjay Narayanan, Joint CEO, TNEGA, to please join the stage. We would like to felicitate our moderator, Ms. Divya Kemani Vadera, Head of Strategic Programs and Partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause, please. We would like to felicitate Mr. Ravigar, Country Head, WhatsApp for Business Meta. And we would like to felicitate Mr. Manpreet Singh Ahuja, Chief Client and Alliance Officer, PwC. Last but not least, Dr. Albi John Varghese, IAS CEO, TNEGA. Ladies and gentlemen, join with me in giving a big round of applause to these speakers and moderator. Requesting everyone to join for the group photograph, please. Can we give a big round of applause to the beautiful session, please? Thank you so much, dignitaries. Thank you. All right, so the next session is about academia, industry, government partnership to build deep tech ecosystem. This panel discussion explores the critical role of academia, industry, government collaboration in building a robust deep tech ecosystem. The session will examine Ladies and gentlemen, I'm repeating again, the next session starts by 3:20 p.m. and the topic is academia, industry, government partnership to build deep tech ecosystem. The next session is going to start now, so requesting each one of you to please get settled as soon as possible. I'm sure the networking session will happen outside the hall so that the moderators and speakers are going to start with the next session now. So those who are busy discussing over there and networking with your friends and colleagues, so please get settled. We will start with the next session. All right, the next session is Academia Industry Government Partnership to build deep tech ecosystem. So we would like to invite our moderator. She's a visionary technopreneur, MIT innovator, under 35, and founder and CEO of River Ventures, the world's first Industry 5.0 focused deep tech venture builder, a global inventor and ecosystem architect. She drives human-centric, sustainable innovation across advanced manufacturing, robotics, semiconductors, and digital transformation worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, join with me in welcoming our moderator for the next session, Dr. Viveka Kalidasan, founder and CEO, River Ventures. Everyone, please put your hands together for her. So may I request the speaker, Mr. Shankar Vanavarayar, President, Kumaraguru Group of Institutions. He's an entrepreneur and cultural advocate, President of Kumaraguru Institutions and Executive Director at ABT Industries, Shakti Group. He supports startups and jobs, represents India at global forums, and promotes Indian culture through the Vanavarayar Foundation. Thank you so much for joining us here, sir. May I request our next speaker, Ms. Jamuna Rani Govindaraju, Executive Director, Singapore Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industries. She is the Executive Director of SICCI and advisor, SMEC at SICCI, becoming the first Indian women leader in the Chamber's 98-year history. She advocates the South Asian business owners and professionals in Singapore, overseeing SICCI and its subsidiaries SICCI Capital and Scares. Ladies and gentlemen, join with me in welcoming her with a huge round of applause, please. Everybody join together. We would like to invite our next speaker, Shiv Shankar PC, who is from NIT Trichy with over 25 years of experience across manufacturing. May I request Mr. Shiv Shankar PC to please join the dais. All right, may I request Dr. L. Ashok Kumar to please join the stage. He is the Principal, Tyagarajar College of Engineering with 28 years of experience in the combined academic, research and industry experience, a former US postdoctoral fellow and national fellowship awardee. Published 170 plus papers, holds patents, built Center of Excellence and guided PhD scholars. Last but not least, may I request Mr. Shiv Shankar PC to please join the stage. Mr. Shiv Shankar PC, he is from NIT Trichy with over 25 years of experience across manufacturing, mining, energy and mobility sectors. He has progressed from application engineering to managing director roles, successfully setting up production plants, developing locomotive components, renewable energy, and developing the e-mobility and hybrid technology ventures. Thank you so much for joining us here, sir. Over to you, the moderator.
Okay, thank you so much. Initially, I was so excited that I have the best panelists, crowd pullers. Just I realized that there's another crowd puller who's in Hall D. PTR sir is having his session parallelly. Bad timing. So the crowd here is very less. I was like, I have all these great people in my panel and the hall is going to be filled up and then PTR sir is adjacent. So never mind. Thank you so much for joining us. It's such a pleasure to be with you all today here. And I came up with this title after lining up my speakers. I had to find a title that ties them all together, like very well accomplished visionary leaders. And there's one title that ties them all together and me is how can the academia, industries, and the government work together to build the deep tech ecosystem in India? Just today morning, Chief Minister Stalin has released the deep tech policy for Tamil Nadu 2025 to 26. And we are very happy that we are in the, we are all working together to be able to realize what's in the policy, what's in the paper, black and white, to, bring to fruition. So let me start my question with Shankar Vanavarayar, sir. Yeah? So you, through your institution, through Forge, you've been working very closely with government of Tamil Nadu for a long, long time. And you are also churning out a lot of engineers. Yeah? How can we, and I see a lot of young audience here, is there a special methodology or a special pedagogy, I don't know what it is, where you can churn out more entrepreneurial engineers who are not just physics algorithm-based engineers who know to build things but eventually end up being software engineers? But how can we build technopreneurs? That's my question. What are you doing as an organization? What are the infrastructure in place? Yeah.
Thank you so much for having us, but certainly
Pleasure, sir.
these moments are times when we get a great opportunity to reflect on such contexts. Because when you sit at work, you only contextual, but when you come out like this, you also start thinking broader, deeper. To your question, I'll jump into it. The first advantage that I might have is that I'm in Coimbatore. Yeah. Western Tamil Nadu is by nature an entrepreneurial hotbed. So there is an advantage geographically because culturally we don't have to explain the context to parents or students or the society. But the challenge post-2000, post-Y2K, post-IT in India, engineering education has been transformed into a placement training activity. The intent or interest into understanding concepts, core subjects, understanding society and solutions has been overtaken by the fact that opportunities are created for young people, for jobs and more. And in a developing country, what do you need? You need economic progress. So I can't blame anybody, but that's the fact of the matter. And traditional sectors were not appetizing enough for young people in terms of work culture. Factories were factories, culture was culture, and they did not think it was exciting. IT offered them, technology offered them multiple options. Now, coming to the technopreneur or the technology entrepreneur, the first thing engineering education, and I'll sort of add on what we are trying to do. The first thing we need to understand and try to build an ecosystem where people are connected to society. This whole idea of படிக்கும்போது படிக்கணும், படிச்சுட்டே இருக்கணும், நல்லா படிக்கணும் versus what are you studying in relevance to society has to be brought in. And across the country and certainly in Tamil Nadu, that awareness by government with hackathons to involving students in multiple things has started. But we as an ecosystem are trying to see with our alumni, with industry in the ecosystem, with how students will be immersed. And in Kumaraguru, at least, I would say, it is okay to be out of class to do something else. It is not considered a taboo, or it's not considered that you are outstanding if you are not doing. There are other ways to be outstanding apart from academic brilliance. So it's the 8.59 CGPA is very good. But if you are having a patent or working on a solution, working on a competition to go global, we accept that as equal prominence. There is a culture to try different things. Right? At the same time, I don't think we have glamorized failure as much as in developed economies. But I must say, for us, we've gone through this thought process. If we have to select a student for something, we don't necessarily keep the academic brilliance at the top. His ability, his intent, and his aspiration is also equally assumed. So I think we've been able to bring that, but it is still not at scale model. It is not something, so maybe 3 to 13% is what we would have impacted. But to go to 30 and 60%, we need deep measures that we need to work with society, parents, government has to empower certain systems and policy and other things. But we are in the right trajectory is what I would say. But the lure for using education for settling down with a fantastic job is the biggest landscape. And sometimes that almost becomes an enemy to this. So if you went and told your parent or even sometimes your class teacher that I want to do a startup, leaving out my Infosys job, forget a Microsoft job, people would say, are you sure? Is this the right thing you're doing? And people would even say, would you get a girl? Right? Or a boy for that matter. So I think we are trying to change, and we are at the cusp at that moment where manufacturing is becoming cool, deep tech is being celebrated, and the old tech and new tech are meeting together. So maybe this is the time we have to race ahead fifth gear.
And I can also add one thing to you, which is also maybe a shocker to both of you. We have close to 50 portfolio companies, and I can say most of them are young driven. And these guys or girls, they go to college, but they drop off. Yeah, and it's kind of not very uncommon in Singapore, where I come from, where you go for an internship abroad and then you are bitten by the, Silicon Valley bug, or previously it also used to be Israel bug, right? Then you come back to Singapore and then you decide that I don't need to go to a college, and they have built unicorns. Yeah. So my follow-up question, let me finish the academia part of it, Dr. Ashok, is, do you see this as like a threat to legacy organizations like both KCT and Tyagaraja, whichever geography that you represent, are legacy organizations for Tamil Nadu and India as a large? And when you see the Generation Z, I think, which most of them are, like Shankar sir said, yeah, there is a fear of losing a job to go and build a startup. Still, there is a restriction. But I also feel that in real world that I am working with, there are students who drop off university. I know a few of them here already, I don't think they are in the room. How, as a legacy organization, you are prepared to tackle this, or, what are your thoughts? Yeah,
thanks for the question. So, I'm slightly aligned with Sir as well. But what we are doing at TCE is like we are slightly integrating the culture of entrepreneurship right from the first year. I'm not seeing that as a threat, to answer to your question. Okay. We are not seeing this as a threat, but we want to inculcate the process of entrepreneurship from the first year onwards. And I completely disagree with the statement that some of the dropouts may start because it's completely against our academic policy. Yeah, okay. And what we are going to do is like, right from the first year, as I said, we will be inculcating the process of entrepreneurship. And from the 5th semester onwards, we will be having a mode called a CDIO technology. This, I think every institute should take over, like conceive, design, implement, and operate. And from the 5th semester onward, they should start with a problem statement, ideate, and finally they have to come out with a product, so that at the end of the final year, they have to go with a startup. And before ending their course, they have to find out an angel investor, and they have to do a startup. And to find out the problem statement, May 11th, we are celebrating Technology Day at India. Every institute, they have to get problem statement from the industry and collect the problem statement. Those problem statements should be given as a project to the students, and those problem statement will be present to the industry as a solution. And during the Technology Day, industry should take over that solution, some of the POC or the process or the method of that problem statement, and the industry should fund in a very small way. Similarly, the institute should also give a small seed money to the student, believing in the student, and that particular problem statement should be mentored by the faculty, one mentor from the institute side, another mentor from the industry side, and it should be having a group of students. That group of students should be from different discipline, like one from mechanical, one from computer science, one from AAA, one from civil, and at the end of the day, a particular project can be evaluated based on different rubric, and one of the rubric methods should be not based on the paper they have presented in the conference, based on what they have developed as a product, and how it has been published in the industry as a white paper and how it has been taken over by the industry as a product. In that way, we cannot see this entrepreneurship as not as a threat, but we are taking this as a step for further process, because today our Honorable Chief Minister has announced the deep tech policy, and he also given a lot of laptops to the students, having it in mind that these startup policy can be taken as one of the input to the students, and they use that laptop to proceed further.
Yes.
So we are not seeing it as a threat, and every institute should slightly modify the curriculum in such a way that they have to pull the startup people as well as some of the venture capitalists like you to integrate with the academia people.
Yes, I agree. So you're telling that you don't have to drop out. Instead, the educational institutes are going to empower you more in partnership with industries and government organizations to, actually help you accelerate the process. Yeah. Now I'll come to you, Shiv. Yeah. I had the privilege of riding your bicycle yesterday, and you are doing India's first e-bicycle, and it is very much deep tech. It's not just yet another bicycle, right? You have a lot of patents to it, which I'm very much impressed about the fact. And I also know that the audience here, most of the, 90% of audience is your, your clientele. Your wish is to make sure that each and everybody here has access and they can ride on a bicycle, right? Then my question to you is, what are the challenges, or if I would put it in a positive way, what is the wish list, Shiv, that you have so that the academic institutes can adapt and adopt to, what you're trying to bring to the student population? Because I think empowering with laptops is one great thing, and empowering with mobility in terms of bicycle is also another thing, right? So, and that too, this is a deep tech bicycle. So, yeah, what is your wish list? What do you think the government and academic partners can do to bring you to speed?
So, while working in the technology space, what we realized is a simple, perfect machine, which is a cycle, fitted with an electric traction kit, turned out as an extraordinary mobility solution. That is how it was transformed. And especially when we were aligning ourselves with using the AI platform to generate a very unique algorithm, then we realized what technology can do for a simple piece of equipment like a cycle. But the way that showed us how technology can, transform a simple equipment, it also opened up a lot of challenges. The first, I put it as simple as you dial up, you say dial, where, it's an elaboration. The first challenge was the awareness. I'm sure all of you are students here, right? Ellame students thane. எத்தனை பேர் எலக்ட்ரிக் சைக்கிள் இன்னொன்று கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்க, ஓட்டி இருக்கிறீங்க? கையை தூக்குங்களேன். இந்த எல்லாருமே இங்கே ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், இந்த எலக்ட்ரிக் சைக்கிள்ங்கிற ஒரு விஷயத்தை யாராவது கேள்விப்பட்டு ஏதாவது ஓட்டி இருக்கிறீங்களா? கொஞ்சம் கையை தூக்குங்களேன். ஓட்டி இருந்தால். So that is the level of awareness. I'm not talking about tier 2, tier 3 city in a metro. Right? So this was the greatest challenge. Second, getting these products into the distribution network and training them to, talk about the value proposition to the customers. Even though if you take today an electric cycle outbeats an ICE product as well as a pure EV product. And if you take in India, the maximum travel happens between about 5 to 7 kilometers. Predominantly, your major, going around happens only between 5 to 7 kilometers. And to travel 5 to 7 kilometers, you don't need the machines that you use today. A simple electric cycle is enough. Right? So that was our first challenge. Now you are talking about adapting it into students, because the student segment is that unique segment where between your 10th grade and the 12th grade, you're under 18. You neither can ride a bike. On this side, it is only you're left with a cycle. And given the competition, you need to go to places. So the ideal fit is the electric cycle. And today, if you take off our shelves, what we sell, 80% of them are students who are using them. So the first challenge was that the awareness amongst the public, awareness amongst the dealerships. So we had to train them. So fortunately, we are tied up with Just Bicycles. They are one of the largest in South India for dealerships. So we started creating something called the Just Bicycle Training Institute, where we started training our own sales staff to handle the electric bicycles. Second, when we approached institutions, now institutions do have this, legacy-based infrastructure, finding it very difficult to, adapt into new technologies. Right. So that was another challenge that we are starting to work with. Then the other one was attractive schemes for purchase. Unfortunately, this segment requires like 28 to 30,000 rupees. Unlike the two-wheeler segment where you have a neat EMI scheme, this does not attract any scheme. So you can only, that is a great barrier. That becomes a problem. And the final thing is government policies and support, right, which we require. So now your second question was, how the industrial and academia tie-up can help this is, again, there was another question that you said is, the B2B2C collaboration has not been there, especially for this product. If you see, the B2B was happening in one silo, the B2C was happening in one silo. So unless the service provider, the institution, and the student get together to co-create value, this is not going to happen there. So the academia institution, if you're going to say that what it can bring is, these are all the 4 points where we need to look at and bring in innovative processes to, bring in the institutions together. So to summarize, I would say, bridging this gap for the current gap, you can't look at it from only a technology perspective. It has to be looked at a holistic view. And if we are going to say that, how are we going to get into the institutions, then the initiatives should be embedded with empathy for student reality, institutional priority, and in general, the overall ecosystem.
Okay, actually you touched on two things here if I were to summarize. One, it's very difficult to commercialize a deep tech startup in general. One is to partner with academia to license out technology, to build foreground IPs. And then another is to partner with them to become your clients so that through them you can reach out to your end clients. So yeah, I would take it all as wish list, and I'm sure the academic partners here are listening, and the government is listening. And I think there can be a bigger push for the better, impact that a deep tech like yours can create in the ecosystem. Most of the audience here are girls. I think they all need your solution, right? Yeah, they definitely do need. And then now coming back to Jamuna, I always like to tell this when I'm a moderator, leave me, I'm a moderator, but just look at these panelists, it's always men. And it's always nice to have one woman for diversity. And also, you are the one who is bridging the gap between, or bridging Singapore and India. You've done, I can tell you can represent both Indian and Singapore government, right? And you are well versed in the deep tech ecosystem of Singapore. And having been working with Pan-India, not just Tamil Nadu, how do you think the deep tech ecosystem in India shaping up, and how do you think Singapore can both learn and contribute for India's deep tech journey? Yeah.
வாய்ப்பளித்ததுக்கு மிக்க நன்றி. Deep tech technology in India, it is coming from the youngsters. Whereas in Singapore, everything starts with the government initiatives. Government ஏதாச்சும் செஞ்சாங்க அதை நாங்கள் ஃபாலோ பண்ணுவோம். We are very system driven. So me representing the Singapore Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, my job is to ensure that my members and the Singapore businesses are working with India on the deep tech. ஸோ இங்கே நாங்கள் இந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்லாம் பார்க்கும்போது ரொம்ப பூரிப்பாக இருக்கு. என்னது இந்த பேனலுக்கு வரதுக்கு முன்னே கொஞ்சம் நேரத்துக்கு முன்னே பேசிகிட்டு இருந்தோம். Singapore, எங்கள் எஜுகேஷன் சிஸ்டம் they teach us how to step A முடிஞ்சு step B முடிஞ்சு step C. ஏலேருந்து சிக்கு ஜம்ப் பண்ணுறீங்களா? சாரி, முடியாது. ஏ முடிஞ்சு பி முடிஞ்சு தான் நாங்கள் சிக்கு வருவோம். வேற இங்கே வந்து த யங்ஸ்டர்ஸ் ஆர் ஆல் வெரி ஸ்ட்ரீட் ஸ்மார்ட். அதனால தான் அந்த முதல் கேள்வியே இப்போ எஜுகேஷனல் இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் தேவையான்னு விவேகா கேட்டாங்க. ஸோ த மோஸ்ட் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் திங் இஸ் எஸ், education is important because at the end of the day your unicorn can fail, startups can fail. There must always be a backup. So education is important. So another Singapore வந்து as like what I said, it's all very system driven. So government's initiative, government gives a lot of support, grants கொடுக்குறாங்க deep tech வளர்க்குறதுக்கு. இங்கே வந்து அதை இப்போ தான் நீங்கள் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுறீங்க. ஸோ there is a lot of opportunities for people in India to collaborate with Singaporeans and for Singaporeans to come and collaborate. So அதுதான் சேம்பர் மூலியமாக நாங்கள் பரப்ப விருக்கும் செய்தி. சிங்கப்பூருக்கு வாங்க பழகலாம். எங்ககிட்டேருந்து வந்து எங்கள் சிஸ்டமை கற்றுக்குங்க. நாங்கள் உங்ககிட்டேருந்து வந்து உங்கள் கான்செப்ட்ஸை கற்றுக்கிட்டு we can all work together to make it better. And in Singapore at this point in time is seeing India as a very, very important partner. எங்கள் பிரதமர் வந்து மிஸ்டர் மோடியை நிறைய தடவை பார்த்துருக்காரு. ஸ்டாலினும் உங்கள் முதலமைச்சர் வந்து May 2023 சிங்கப்பூருக்கு வந்தார். அவரும் தமிழ்நாடை முன்னேற்றணும்னு பாடுபடுறாரு. ஸோ நாங்கள் எல்லாம் சேர்ந்து அது செய்வோம். ஓகே, தேங்க்யூ.
So if I were to summarize, thank you, Jamana. If you want to do anything in Singapore, you reach out to River Ventures or to SICI, Singapore India Chamber of Commerce. And yeah, we are here to learn from each other and co-develop technologies together, right? So before, I have one more round of questions to my panelists, but then I like it to be a little bit more interactive. I don't feel shy. Girls, mostly girls. I don't know why mostly girls. But anyways, also the front row audience. If you have any questions for our esteemed panelists, this is your opportunity. You can ask. You know, you really have some star speakers here. Any questions? Otherwise, it's so boring. It's just us talking. Okay, then I'll move on to the next round of my questions. I will end the session on time. So let's start again with Shankar sir, right? Forge is an organization that I am personally inspired by even before I started River Ventures because of the manufacturing focus that it has, right? It's very unique. When I built Let Lab before River Ventures, that was the first manufacturing focused accelerator in Singapore, and this was not so long ago, 2022. But Forge has been in existence even much before that, yeah? And through Forge, you've been building and scaling deep tech ecosystems, especially focusing on manufacturing with Coimbatore as the epicenter. No better place to start it, okay? But my question to you is, if we were to scale the Forge model, pan-India or global, how can you make sure that it doesn't become yet another accelerated theater and it doesn't lose its value of what its real intentions are when I'm talking about scaling an accelerator? You're not scaling a startup. So yeah, what are your thoughts?
So when we started visioning for Forge, this was in 2012, we went to Bangalore, and that was the place, and we went to Ahmedabad. Then I also went to a startup village in Kochi, which was a very celebrated ecosystem in Kerala, early on in Kerala. The first thing I went to, they had a 10,000 startup mission, and in Bangalore, I was hearing a pitch. There were 12 startups pitching. And what was amazing, one was prosthetics, one was something to do with biotechnology, which ellame was about pizza delivery, pizza location finding, pizza aggregation, pizza discount coupon, and pizza something. Pizza mattum illa, but and the madri. Everything was about food, services, and like ipo nama paakra mari ad la. When you start making your dal, you order and you'll get the dal by the time it boils. I mean, or the masala by the time it boils. So, one of the things we felt strongly was, what does India need? What does Coimbatore need? What does Tamil Nadu need? That was a question. Appadi yosikumbodu, traditional industries, advanced technology ecosystems, and digitalization also. So, we decided that we will work on electronics, traditional industries, and digitalization in that framework. We took a slightly different route, and we were a TBI, a technology business incubator funded by the government initially, and we applied with these themes and not necessarily what was seen as web services, internet services, simple digitalization, which is very important. Which were getting the billion-dollar valuations, to be honest. But being in Coimbatore, we wanted to. But I must say, the first 5-7 years was very difficult because you were adukku ecosystem Coimbatore la illa. Traditional industries irundhathu, ana adukku eppadi panna porom. So saying that, Forge had to work hard to understand, and we started working with multiple governments, government of Tamil Nadu, government of India, on multiple initiatives like, say, IDEX, the defense program. In Tamil Nadu, how to take innovation education. So we worked on 3 verticals. One was to work in education on empowering the thought of innovation among students. Innovation, they have to go and find solutions. We didn't necessarily work on idea creation alone. Because idea creation sometimes is difficult. Innovation is where you see a problem, we see a context. You see the audio from the next hall coming. Yeah. Now, this is a reality. Now, this நம்ம எல்லாரும் face பண்ணும்போது one of them will certainly think இதுக்கு என்ன பண்ணலாம். It's a simple problem. I still remember a problem. One of the Coimbatore hospitals in ICU, they had a problem of AC was all done, 3 years working, but patients in one end of the room were complaining about being very cold, and the other end were getting warm. It was just the distribution of air issue. And they could not stop because it's an ICU, and they had to set it right. So they needed a simple electronic ecosystem which will assess different temperatures in the same room and get it to slightly alter the blow into different segments of the same ICU. Now, this is not something Blue Star will come and do for you because Blue Star expects installation, right? So the students could work for 3 months to work with a doctor, work with an AC specialist, go to a company and find solutions. So long story short, we wanted to do real world transformation and solution. We are still working on it, and we have some limited case experiments and experience in education, in ecosystem building, and actually supporting startups. Now, how do we scale this? Scaling, my personal opinion, can only happen with building an ecosystem. It cannot be Forge lands like a helicopter and creates it. It has to be local industries, local institutions, Forge, with its toolkits and experience, creating another ecosystem. And that's what we're working with Government of Tamil Nadu in multiple forums and multiple ecosystems, like in Madurai, like in Trichy, with, say, polytechnics, ITIs, trying to do that. But a lot more has to be done, because initiating a program, bringing a policy, but creating a framework, but actually implementing it and getting a whole system out is a whole different ballgame. So that's where we are. We have a limited case example. We have some success, and I think we are trying to scale it up at different points. Whether we can take it across the country, I don't think we are ready, but certainly we are aspiring to see what we can go beyond, and we've done that in a Tamil Nadu ecosystem, but we've gone across the country bringing in, so we worked with Schneider, we worked with Vedanta, we worked with multiple others as partners to work on their innovation framework. So we've taken our frameworks to corporates who want to do innovation internally, but Nangala poi ada onnor imperial network of setting up a place, team and all that, I don't think we are there as yet. We have to work on that.
Yeah, I understand, but I also feel that an organization like Forge has to be, India is so big, right? So we need to have a footprint everywhere. I'm sure you know how to figure out partnerships. Like for me from Singapore, I want to partner with you to do this, and I really, it's like a wish that Forge should be like all over India, working with the right stakeholders in the region, addressing their specific needs.
So, so one thing, if I can add on, it's also the people, right? With examples of, originally Bits Pilani was the leader in trying to use educational ecosystem for industrial solutions. But IIT Madras, I just read the news yesterday that their revenue from consulting is about 2,300 crores. Or something like that. So I think we have frameworks that are proven now. People, high quality talent, will have to come and work on this. Yes. And I'm saying it in an event because we can't build physicality or frameworks without people. Yes. Right? So people have to look at this as opportunity, but then there is a slow gestation But then in 5 to 7 years, you see a phenomenal possibility that will happen. So I think people have started understanding this is great. For instance, we are talking to somebody who has, he's still not part on board with us, but somebody who has phenomenal experience in the US and Singapore, very senior in the world in advanced technology, and he wants to work with us and say, I'll give you 3 days a week. Now, this is the first we're seeing in like the last 10 years. Now, people are coming, and if such minds and experiences come, we can certainly scale.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. And it also shows how open and receptive you are to accept the right talent, right? Yes. Coming back to you, Dr. Ashok. You're Dr. Ashok. You have a PhD just like me, and you also an innovator just like me. And you also support a lot of PhD or research-driven deep tech solutions, right? And in India, just 2 questions. How easy or difficult it is to commercialize these PhD research work into a commercially viable product, because it can be a TRL 7, technology readiness level 7 or 8, but the people who build it might not be entrepreneurial, right? So how are you, you are now with TCE, but you've been in this ecosystem for quite some time in different universities. Yeah, you should have seen multiple scenarios like this. So how can we commercialize the deep tech ventures, and how can we also make sure the researchers also become entrepreneurs? Yeah, so
yeah. So already we have an ecosystem. The problem in India is many of them doesn't know the opportunities available in India. Like as you said, there are a lot of PhD scholars are there in Tamil Nadu. Let us take example of a Tamil Nadu, and their research levels are to the level of submitting 2 papers satisfying a particular university norms. That's it. Similarly, if you take any of the funded projects which is being funded by different funding agency, the outcome of that funded projects could be producing PhD scholars or publishing papers, or to the maximum level, they might have also developed a product. And again, they might have submitted that product to the particular funding agency, and they would have submitted a report kind of. But what we actually required is, these has to go to the next level, and that can be done with the help of a scheme which is being announced by Department of Science and Technology called as Technology Enabling Center. In India, we have around like 22 Technology Enabling Center. And for example, in Tamil Nadu, at Anna University, we have a Technology Enabling Center. And the objective of the Technology Enabling Center is to pool up all the researchers' work, like it can be a UG project or a PG project or a PhD outcome, a PhD output, or otherwise any of the funded agencies product that can be submitted to Technology Enabling Center. Those Technology Enabling Center will find out the suitable industry to give their product to that industry. So these 22 Technology Enabling Center, the objective is to create a lot of startups and to give solution to the particular industry. So similarly, our education system should not treat other institution as a competitor. Like apart from doing inter-institutional work, we have to go for multi-institutional work. For example, TCE and since we have here TCE, KCT and NIT, we have to combinedly, we have to submit a project. And apart from that, I might be having a sophisticated equipment with us. KCT will have a sophisticated equipment with them, and NIT will have some equipment. I no need to buy the same equipment what KCT is having. Everyone should have a common portal. Already ISTEM is having that. In India, we have an ISTEM. Similarly, Tamil Nadu is also have started a new work in that only 3 colleges have uploaded their equipment. One is Tyagarajar College of Engineering, second one is Kumaraguru College of Technology, third one is Fatima College in Madurai again. And everyone has to upload the equipment what they have in their institution. Other tier 2 and tier 3 institutions, they no need to buy that equipment. They no need to spend their money on that buying that equipment. They have to share the equipment. Similarly, they have to share the expertise. So if it goes like that, other expertise from the other institute can be utilized by the students of other institute, so that we can form a good ecosystem to go for the next level.
Yeah, this is brilliant. Just for the audience, I can say that I'm like one of the beneficiaries. You can say I did my BTech in biotechnology from Agricultural University, but I wanted to do my final year project on nanotechnology. And Tamil Nadu Agricultural University did not have electron microscope or whatever, but Karunya University did have. So my supervisor said, yeah, you can just go and synthesize all those silver nanoparticles. I'm a little older, so this was like so long ago. But we went to Karunya University to do the electron microscope, the characterization, right? So it's very important that the organizations work together so that, because that final year project is what led me to do my master's, my PhD, so that if let's say if Tamil Nadu Agricultural University had told me you came to do a biotech and we don't have the infrastructure to do nanotechnology, so why would you do a final year project? I don't think I would be whatever I am today, right? So the academic organizations have the responsibility to work together. Like any other stakeholders, we all should work together. And yeah, okay, you're busy talking. So coming back to you, Jamuna. So you whenever I call you, you always take time to come here to India, to Tamil Nadu especially. And this is, I don't know, nth time for you, especially for the startup related events, right? How do you see, you looking at youngsters, you interact with people a lot. How do you see the ecosystem here in Tamil Nadu is? And from SICI perspective, Singapore India Chamber of Commerce perspective, are there any intentions that you have to take, you have seen some interesting technologies or interesting stakeholders that you have met with that you think you can go back home and then you can foster collaborations with them?
Okay. Tamil Nadu or rather India is always close to our heart. As we call ourselves Singapore Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Having said that, I find that there's a lot of brilliant ideas sitting amongst you that is looking for investments, looking for investors, looking for skilled labor, which I think Singapore readily is available. And whenever I come and engage with businesses here and I share my name cards and all that, a few people from each different states, because Tamil Nadu is just one of the states that we visit, they come to Singapore with the details that I've given. They come and set up an entity in Singapore and then they reach out to us for investors and all that. We make all that connections. But what is very interesting is they just see Singapore as a starting point, which is what we always want them to do. You see, when you come from India and you come to Singapore, now you have a Singapore operations, the product automatically has a Singapore brand. And with that, they go to ASEAN, Cambodia, Vietnam, Malaysia, and all that. So it ultimately brings Singapore to the ASEAN corridor. So that is what we really encourage all these startups who are wanting to do. Come to Singapore, set up your base there, have an office, even if you don't have anybody working there. Now all you need is just a postal office to do your due diligence, you pay your taxes and all that. Use that as a platform and move to ASEAN or to any other countries. And that will give you a lot of advantage. But having said that, in Singapore, we are only 6.6 million. So we have to move out of Singapore to come to look for businesses. Whereas in India, you don't have that issue because if not Tamil Nadu, you can go to Madhya Pradesh, you can go to Telangana and all that. So the real need for you to come to Singapore is not there. But why we encourage you to come is because in Singapore, the infrastructure, the capital is there for you to tap. Here, you may not get it readily available, but there, with the government support, it is quite easy. So that is what we encourage you to do. And I'm fully supportive of anybody who comes to the chamber wanting Singapore's assistance. We will be there to handhold you to ensure that your journey is successful. We have worked with many members. Dr. Viveka is a member of SICI. We have given her the full support and we are continuously working with her and we want to see them succeed. In their success is the chamber's success. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. I'm an Indian, but I've been living in Singapore for 13 years. Now I can tell you it's one of the most bureaucracy-free countries. You can set up the entity very easily there, and then you can do businesses, global businesses based out of Singapore while you're still doing all your activities in India, right? Last question, Shiv, to you. Yeah? Okay. When I look at your cycle, it's not just a cycle, right? You are also using AI to build it as a platform technology to track the cycle. You know, there's a lot of infrastructure work that's happening around you. It's not just a hardware bicycle that people can ride. You're trying to track the cycle. You're trying to make sure that the safety protocol in it for, you know, for girls especially, right? But that is deep tech, and that requires a lot of capital. And how do you think the government can support not just you, companies like you, which are very much capital intense, but more on a social impact kind of the work that you do, but you need a lot of capital. So any thoughts on how is the government supporting you right now? Or if not, how do you think the government can support or incentivize you or your clients, right? How can that happen?
So in our specific industry, the first that we would want the government to do is, see, there are two ways of, widespread adaptation happening in this specific area, and especially with cycles. Now, I'll give you that an EV, supposing it breaks up, you need to push it. But an electric cycle, even the machine does not work, you still can pedal home. Right? That is the greatest advantage. And this being much cheaper than any pure EV, we have to get the government to some way or the other subsidize the purchase for the consumer. So once the consumer starts picking up and starts using it, then the rest of the infrastructure will fall in place. The monitoring infrastructure is already there. GPS tracking system is already there. You just have to fit it in. But the point is, you need the consumer to consume it, and for that you need a push from the government to take it, and you need also institutions to subscribe. Now, very recently we looked at a CSR project. There are a number of CSR, funds being operated. Now, and if you say, and this electric bicycle concept need not be stuck to one particular space. You can go on a hub and spoke model, thereby generating a lot of employment. So there's a huge opportunity when the government gets in, institutions get in and start embracing this. Right? For that is what we are, looking at today, working with institutions, trying to promote it within the government. And very recently, we have also, getting a proposal ready for a CSR adaptation for at least for the next 3 years, where the sizable outcomes that we are going to say is job generation, carbon savings on, promoting this among the villages, as well as meeting with the SDG goals, which electric cycles do meet with at least 4 SDG goals. So this is what we would look at.
That's right. Building a deep tech social enterprise, as Srimati would like to call it, right? It requires a lot of support from every stakeholder. CSR funding, corporates who can encourage their employees to adapt, government who will subsidize your end customers. Yeah, that's rightly put. It's a lot of work, and so much of respect for founders like you who are, I have a lot of founders like you in my audience also. Building a deep tech requires a village, and the village should, it comprises of all the stakeholders that like here we are together today. So that's all. I'm going to end the session, but then any question from the audience? It's really, look at the speakers I have. Please ask some questions, guys. You, I'm sure. Yes, please. Please, someone give him the. Okay, I'll come to you next, sir. Yeah, I will. Yeah. யாராவது மைக் கொடுக்க முடியுமா அவருக்கு? இங்க முன்ன. Okay, sir. கேளுங்க. Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon.
I'll come to you next. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a nice gathering and the panel here. I came here because I'm interested in this academia industry partnership.
Can you be a bit louder, sir?
Okay, I am interested in this academia industry partnership. We want to set up, I'm a founder of Bangalore Robotics. It's a 20-year-old company. We are no more a startup. But I want to help startups, and I want to help the tying up with academia, right? How do I go about this, and how do
Sir,
we go?
if you don't mind, can you come closer? Can you understand? Yeah, okay, yeah. இல்லைன்னா முன்னாடி கூட வாங்க, sir. Yeah. Can you please reduce the volume of this Speaker?
Okay. My
Okay,
question
anyways,
is,
yeah.
my question
Yeah.
is, how do we start this academia industry partnership?
Oh, okay, very simple question, but very, very difficult question.
Because we're in the process, we were searching for this thing for the past 2 years.
Yeah.
3 years actually. But the academia does not seem to know much about this partnership. I have tried about some 7 universities and colleges, but nobody is interested much, or they don't know how to go about these things. I have come to Tamil Nadu. We have an offer from Converge Engineering College to set up. But there are certain obstacles and other things. We'd like to know how to actually, fast track this.
Thank you for your question.
I'm from Bangalore Robotics. I'm a founder of Bangalore Robotics.
Okay.
It's a 20-year-old company.
Thank you for your question, sir.
Okay, I'll answer it in a very simple way. It is very easy to build partnership with the industry. I'm from the academia side, I'm telling you. I'll tell you one small secret to all the academic people who are sitting here. Because we have around at Tyagaraja College of Engineering, we have around 33 centers of excellence. Okay. All these 33 centers of excellence was sponsored by the industry. And in each and every industry, there is a component called as CSR funding. Through that CSR funding, they can fund you. Recently, we got one CSR funding from Bajaj Engineering Skill Training Center. It is completely from the Bajaj. They have sponsored us about 38 crore. So one way we can collaborate with any of the industry is through this CSR funding. Next, some of the industry, as I told you already, some of the industry, they will not have some specialized equipment with them, and you can offer them these equipment at a specialized rate card. Already in CII, in Confederation of Indian Industry, they have a concept called as open labs. You can upload the equipment what you have in your college in that particular open lab portal. Industry can contact you through that portal, so that you can have a strong collaboration with them. Through that, we can build consultancy activity with the institutes. Similarly, they can also give some problem statement to the faculty member. Students can go as an intern to the industry. So there are multiple ways in which you can collaborate with the industry. In a simpler way, you have to ask. Maybe Tamil or proverb, you have to go and ask. That is the way only in which you can collaborate with the industry.
Yeah, and maybe you should ask multiple times. I'll come to you, sir. I'll just let him ask the question first.
Good evening. I'm Vinod. My question is to Shiv. So we were talking about this cycle, e-cycle. So I noticed when you were speaking, you said instead of e-cycle, you mentioned EV. From my perspective, as a owner of a e-cycle, are we jumping the gun from cycle to e-cycle? Then it should be EV. The purpose of e-cycle is that if it's out of battery, we can still pedal, right, sir? But EV is a concept where if it's dead, it's dead. You can't even pedal it. Are people mindset changing, saying that if it's a e-cycle, it's almost an e-bike. They don't take it as e-cycle anymore. Is that what the people are taking into mind?
I would say that one needs to understand his requirement and choose the appropriate equipment for travel. Now, by buying an e-cycle, I do not say that you don't buy an EV. If you are traveling in excess of 50 kilometers or 60 kilometers, it makes sense to travel, use the EV, a pure EV, right? A pure EV for 5 to 7 kilometers, I would say it will become very inefficient to ride it because you're not, utilizing that motor to its optimum efficiency. Whereas a cycle is good enough for about 5 to 7 kilometers. So my question to you is, we're not saying that instead of an EV, go and buy an electric cycle. No. If your purpose or if your closest travel around is for 5 to 7 kilometers, use an electric cycle instead of using a pure EV or an ICE product. If it is going to be beyond 25 or 30 kilometers, please use an EV. Don't go and try to use an electric cycle. I have seen some of our customers trying to do that. And one of our experience, which we did with Danso, and that is how the Ranger was born. right? Originally, our fast-moving product is the Town and Country. Then Ranger was born because we did an extensive study at Pune and Chennai for the hyper-local delivery. Now, no cycle is designed to travel 100 kilometers a day every day.
Okay.
So what happened is it started breaking off. That is when we decided that you need the robustness of a bike and the simplicity of a bicycle engine. That is how the Ranger was born. And now we are going to launch the Ranger Junior. So electric cycle is for a separate application, right? And stick to that.
Got it, sir.
Thank you
Does,
so much.
does this answer your question?
It answered, sir. Just if I can add one more to this. There are people, I think they still ride e-cycles for more than 30-40 kilometers. I've seen practically in my apartment, my community. People ride their e-cycles minimum 30 to 40 kilometers every day.
For fitness?
So my
Exactly. That's the thing. It's for fitness. They don't use it for daily commutation. They don't go to the supermarket or super mall with an e-cycle. They take it for fitness. They go to Tambaram, they go to Red Hills, 30 kilometers, 40 kilometers in one stretch. So it is not more used on the local commutation part is what I'm trying to submit here. They use it as a fitness equipment.
So my advice to you is don't use it for 30 or 40 kilometers because electric cycles, after all, you are running on a 250 watt motor.
Correct.
Right? And that has its limitation and capacity. And again, the advice is understand your requirement. Within about 10 kilometers, multiple times, yes, that is good enough. Not to go to Tambaram. Okay, you're going as an adventure, right? You want to take it in the morning as a cyclist, please do that. That is not on a regular basis.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, yeah, Gio. Okay, that will be the last question before we wrap up here.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Prasad. I am one of the founder. I have a question to cycle, related to the cycle. See, just 2 days before, there was one program in the same hall where laptops were issued to the students community. Okay, so I think there is a policy, and the same, the cycles were also issued to the girl students in the schooling. So there is a policy related to cycle issuing or laptop issuing. And what exactly the e-cycles got a failed case in such kind of an initiative?
Sir, I have not got your question.
See, cycle issuing, laptop issuing is not something new in this state.
Yes.
Okay. Government has a policy of doing these things on an yearly basis.
Correct.
Okay. So where this e-cycle concept got misunderstood by the Tamil Nadu government in not promoting this thing to the student community, to the academics. Is it we don't have infrastructure in the cities or tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 to drive the cycles, or what exactly is holding you back in terms of broadcasting or making this as a big achievement? See, this is something amazing. Okay, if now, as you said, cycles are used for only for some 4-5 kilometers or maximum 6 to 7 kilometers. Really, it's very much. I can keep my car at my home and then I'll go on cycle. Okay, but where is that something, a stopping point or a hurdle for you to promote this one? Unable to promote this one.
So I'm going to say that it is only taking time. People have now only realized the importance of electric cycles. If you take today, Andhra Pradesh government has signed up for 1 lakh electric cycles to be distributed among gig workers, and with a subsidy of 20,000 rupees. Right? It will slowly come in, but it has taken time because, see, Tamil Nadu government does roughly about 1 million cycles per annum, they give it. Now the cost, you have to understand the cost. An electric cycle is roughly about 10 times, close to about 8 times. So which means, if I am able to give, 8 people are going to lose the common cycle if I go and opt for this. So at around 28,000 vis-a-vis a 4,000 cycle, which is given today in the free basis scheme, you look at that. So 7 potential students are going to lose. So from the government's perspective, you have to look at it. There's a sizable investment required. So that may be a factor that is inhibiting, but very soon people are slowly coming to realize that this makes much more safer for especially women kids to go around. And if you take rural areas especially, right? Where you have to walk to school. I think those are areas where these electric cycles can be
Exactly,
given.
that is a
and it
potential
being
area.
recognized, and very soon some action will be happening. One state starts, then the other states are going to follow, sir. So,
We need to talk, sir. I wanted to discuss with you offline.
Yes, you can talk to, yes, you can network with our panelists after this. But thank you so much. It was such a pleasure having you all. Thank you so much, panelists, for accepting my invite and coming. Yeah, it's such a pleasure to listen to your insightful conversations.
All right, ma'am. Thank you so much, all the speakers and the moderator, for the insightful session and also to clarifying a lot of queries. Thank you so much. Going forward, may I request Mr. Sedu Kumar, Assistant Director of TNEGA, to please join the stage to felicitate the speakers and the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause for the awesome session. We would like to felicitate the moderator, Dr. Viveka Kalidasan. Going forward, Mr. Shankar Vanavaraya, Ms. Jamuna Rani Govindaraju, Executive Director of SICCI. We'd like to felicitate Mr. Dr. L. Ashok Kumar, Principal of Tyagarajar College of Engineering. And we would like to felicitate Mr. Shiv Shankar PC from NIT Trichy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause, please, all the students over there. Requesting the people to please join for the group photographs. Can we give a big round of applause for the team, please? Thank you very much. Thank you. So the next is going to be the Blue Ocean Strategy Awards, and it is an international initiative that recognizes organizations, startups, and institutions that have successfully applied blue ocean principles to create new market and societal outcomes. So the Blue Ocean Strategy Awards, based on the globally acclaimed framework by Professors W. Chan Kim and Rennie Mauborgne, recognize innovation-led growth and market creation. Startup Tamil Nadu has partnered with Accessio to bring the 9th edition to Tamil Nadu, fostering global recognition, strategic innovation, and ecosystem advancement in 2025 to 26. So requesting the Blue Ocean team to please come forward. I'll give it to you, okay? And this award session will be handled by Mr. Anish from MBOM.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us. In around few minutes, we will be ready to have the award ceremony. I just request. Yes, I hope I'm audible. I'm requesting few minutes while our team just sets up for today's award ceremony. In brief, I'd like to inform that we will be delivering the Blue Ocean Strategy Awards. This will be the 9th international edition and India's 2nd edition. The last Indian edition was in 2024.
Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope the networking session is happening inside the hall, but we do have the award ceremony that's coming up. So, requesting everyone to please get settled so that we will start with the award ceremony. I'm repeating it again, ladies and gentlemen, please get settled so that we'll start with the next event, that is the Blue Ocean Startup Award Ceremony. I'm sure you have a lot of doubts that can be clarified a little later in the networking session. Expecting everyone to please get settled.
Hello. CG is on.
All the sense I had when running away.
All right, going forward, Blue Ocean Strategy Awards, that's going to happen now. And it is an international initiative that recognizes organizations, startups, and the institutions that have successfully applied Blue Ocean principles to create the new market and societal outcomes. So this session will be handled by Mr. Anish from Embiom. So can we give a big round of applause to Mr. Anish, please? Let's give a huge applause, come on. Everyone, join together. Thank you.
Many thanks for your kind introduction, ma'am. I'd firstly like to thank each and every one of you for being present here with us this evening for the 9th International and the 2nd Indian Blue Ocean Strategy Awards. It gives me great pleasure to be emceeing for you this evening at this very prestigious event conducted at, which is Umagine 2026. Before I proceed, I'd like to first introduce myself. My name is Hanish. I am a representative of Embiom, which is an Indian partner to the Blue Ocean Strategy Awards. In addition, we are also a sister concern of the 2024 Blue Ocean Strategy Awards Indian winner, Ahope Solutions. Without further ado, I'd like to get us started off this evening. We can first begin with an introductory video that will orient us to what we can expect this evening to better understand what Blue Ocean Strategy Awards is all about, which will give us some insight behind this initiative and the significance of its application in today's economic world. Over to the AV team. We can please proceed with the video.
Announcing the 9th edition of the Blue Ocean Strategy Awards. Awards to celebrate the companies and startups that have successfully implemented the Blue Ocean Strategy, creating new uncontested market spaces across the globe. For the second time in India, we are proud to host this global celebration of Blue Ocean innovation at the TN Global Summit in the esteemed presence of Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru M.K. Stalin. With over 4 million books sold, Blue Ocean Strategy leads the world.
I am Renee Maborn, the co-author of Blue Ocean Strategy, along with my colleague Chen Kim. I'd like to introduce you to and invite you to participate in the Blue Ocean Awards. The Blue Ocean Awards will recognize those Indian entrepreneurial companies that are striving to create blue oceans in their businesses. To all the Indian companies out there and all the Indian entrepreneurs, I wish you blue oceans ahead.
Bonjour. As Consul General of France, I am delighted for the launch of the 9th edition of the Blue Ocean Awards. We encourage your participation and wish the Blue Ocean Awards all success.
Over the years, winners of the Blue Ocean Strategy Awards have attracted funding, multiplied their valuations, and transformed industries. Blue Ocean Strategy Awards, creating the future by value innovation beyond competition and beyond boundaries.
Before I invite the dignitaries on stage, it is worthy to mention and highlight that this edition of the Blue Ocean Strategy Awards would not be possible without the proactive support of Startup TN under the tutelage of Mr. Shiv Raja, CEO of Tamil Nadu Startup Mission, and of course his team of Mr. Nikunj, Ms. Kadambari and Vinita, who have proactively supported us. In fact, the reason we have been able to finalize such robust finalists is because of a workshop and campaign that they ran that allowed us to tap into the robust startup economy of Tamil Nadu. So I believe it is completely necessary that before we invite the dignitaries on stage, we acknowledge the support that has been extended to us by Startup TN. Thank you so much. Before I invite Mr. Alban on stage, I would like to also invite all dignitaries on stage. So I'd like to begin with Mr. Shiv Raja, sir, the CEO of Startup TN. The Consulate General of France. Mr. Alban, the founder of Blue Ocean Strategy Awards. Professor George Epen, the International Director of Blue Ocean Strategy Awards, and of course, Dr. Dilip Kumar, a jury member who supported us in our deliberations today. Before we can interact with today's finalists and proceed with the felicitations, I would like to first hand over the stage, the podium, to Mr. Alban to speak a few words.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Anish, for being the MC today. So I'm Alban Iral. I'm the founder of the Blue Ocean Strategy Awards. It was more than 10 years ago. I'm also here with my colleague, Professor at the INSEAD, George Epen. I will let him introduce himself as well. So just a few words about Blue Ocean Strategy. Maybe George, you can join me? George, Professor, you can join me as well to introduce yourself. And we'll say a few words about what is Blue Ocean Strategy and who are these two professors, Chen Kim and René Mauban, who are the founders of this Blue Ocean Strategy in 1996. With these 3 books, maybe you already read, we will give these books to the jury, to the finalists and the winners.
My name is George Epen. My name is George Epen. I'm a graduate of INSEAD. I started working with Chan and Renee in '98. Started teaching value innovation, and when the book came out, Blue Ocean Strategy. Done workshops all over the world, but a few years ago I connected with Alban, and they went to South Africa. I went with him to Senegal. We came to India, and this is the second time in Chennai. So, any questions? I'm always open, either on email or on LinkedIn.
Maybe you can say a few words about Blue Ocean Strategy origin.
Okay, so the origin was C.K. Prahlad had a workshop for Philips when they were about to die, and he took 3 of his PhD candidates, one of whom was Chan Kim. There was also Gary Hamel and Konstantin Makridakis, and all of them went on to create value. Chan Kim created value innovation, the tools. There was a group of consultants from Mac Consultancy that created the tools. And Blue Ocean is the only strategy approach that gives you very simple tools to create blue oceans. And I've been doing this for over 20 years. Alban's doing it for about 20 years too. We've never had a workshop that hasn't generated value.
So all the purpose is to create your own market ahead from the competition. It's most of the industries are red oceans made of very strong competitors doing exactly the same, copying themselves, and you need to go out of this competition, creating your own market space. It's called the Blue Ocean. It's all what you will see today as the winners, the laureates of this Blue Ocean Strategy Awards. We have Blue Ocean Strategy Awards now in the world. It was first in France, and then in South Africa, then in Senegal, India for the second time. Soon it will be in the Emirates, Korea, and the US. When you are a winner of the Blue Ocean Strategy Awards, you are 90% chance to be funded in the next 6 months. And also, your valuation will be, as an average, multiplied between 10 and 40 in 3 years. This is the figures we have. So you can see some famous examples of the growth they had in terms of value from the formal winners of the Blue Ocean Strategy Award since 2014. So we had a very strong journey, very good process. We started with more than 200 applications this year for this second Indian edition. We started with 200 applications, and from these 200, it was difficult to select the 7 finalists we had this morning in the jury, and we also appreciate and are very happy to work with Startup Tn for 3 years now with the government of Tamil Nadu, and we really thank all the jury members. You were more than 40 online with the jury investors, with international investors, and also in the event today, physically in the event. So you were delivering very good questions, very challenging them. It was also very difficult for you to make a choice, to choose. So here are the 7 finalists: Cosmic Soul, Atophone, Innogle, Eleos Uniform Intelligence, Orbix, Printelect, and Scanext. And 3 of them will be rewarded today. And also, it's the Blue Ocean Strategy Award. It's funded on a very strong ecosystem built since 2014. And in this ecosystem, we have also Startup Tn, which is very strong and made this Blue Ocean Award for the second time in India. They make it possible again. In the jury, we had this morning, we had very strong international investors, very famous in France and in Europe. We had also a representative of very important universities or incubators in India as well. And also want to thank the Consul General of France, because the consulate is supporting the award for 3 years now in India, and especially Mr. the Consul General Etienne Roland Pieg. So I will be very happy to have your introduction, Mr. the Consul General.
So, dear Alban, Georges, and the whole team who made this edition of Blue Ocean Strategy Awards possible, dear Mr. Sivaraja Ramanathan, CEO of Startup TN, dear finalists and innovators, everybody, Vanakkam, good afternoon. As a Consul General and as a former PhD student at INSEAD, starting the new year with such a stimulating innovation challenge is a treat. The Blue Ocean Awards have gained global recognition since their inception 12 years ago, and now I fully understand why after being part of the jury for this edition. It was an honor and a pleasure to join this adventure. My warm thanks to Alban for inviting me in the jury panel. After the success of the first Indian edition of the Blue Ocean Awards 3 years ago, supporting again this impactful competition was especially important for our consulate. The second edition takes place as we are just entering the Indian-French Year of Innovation, an initiative launched by Prime Minister Modi and President Macron to celebrate and further strengthen the connections between Indian and French innovators. The Blue Ocean Awards in India are a case in point of this potential for meaningful Indian-French collaboration, reflecting our shared values, encouraging bold ideas and impactful solutions tailored to concrete needs and free from ideological domination. I hope this second edition in India will be followed by a few others in the coming years. I am also delighted to see that once again, Tamil Nadu government is the preferred partner in India for the Blue Ocean Awards. Tamil Nadu is not only a powerhouse in India for the automotive and manufacturing sectors, but also a vibrant technology hub counting on a large pool of talents and companies. And not only in prestigious institutions from Chennai, such as the IIT Madras, but all across the state in so-called Tier 2 or Tier 3 cities like Coimbatore, Salem, or Madurai. With the IT department and Startup TN, our consulate shares the objective of making sure that French partners and investors do not miss opportunities to connect with the most innovative startups from Tamil Nadu. The French delegation during the Tamil Nadu Global Startups Summit in Coimbatore and Tamil Nadu delegations in Paris for the Vivatech Summit in the last 2 years were promising first steps in these directions. There is more potential for connection and collaboration to explore, and I want to congratulate the Blue Ocean Awards, the Blue team, to contribute to that collective effort. Thank you. Nandri Vanakkam.
Thank you for your very kind words, sir. Before I proceed with the next dignitary, I'd like to, it's very momentous to introduce him. It is the CEO of Startup TN who we'd like to hear from next. And it is quite important to again note that the launch of the Blue Ocean Strategy Awards took place at the Global Startup Summit, an event helmed by Startup Mission of Tamil Nadu. And it gives me great pleasure to hand over the mic to Shivaraja sir to speak a few words.
So, good evening, respected dignitaries on the dais and participants and visitors of the dais. So, let me briefly take a few minutes to share some important and interesting facts. So, I came across this name or this term Blue Ocean a couple of years ago. At that point of time, I was thinking that it as some a management theory, a management model or something like that. Yes, of course, it's a management model. But when I came into the startup ecosystem two decades ago, then I read the book, maybe the Bible of Blue Ocean strategy, and I found that it is a kind of a blueprint for people who are. There are many frameworks, many principles around how to think different or how to think innovative. Because when in the startup world we are talking about scalability and solving problems. So how to solve a problem? It has to undergo a process of innovation, meaning something different, something stand alone from the other thing. We usually in this framework or principle they call it as red ocean. So you have to be different. So in that context, it is about kind of a different way of expressing or understanding the design thinking principles also. So how you could devise a strategy for your business, your product or your service or whatever the activity that you are doing, how you can be different and you can be cut above the rest of the world or the ordinary, above the ordinary. So that now building a business has become a scientific process where we need deep intellectual thinking, and this intellectual thinking is about thinking in an organizing way, devising strategies in an organizing way, and not only putting that thoughts in paper or writing that as a strategy, but also implementing that. During the implementation process, there may be different pivotals, different problems, different roadblocks. So how you will come across and how you will apply these principles whenever you come across an unexpected problem. So everything you need to understand the nuances of the framework. When you understand the nuances of this kind of framework, the rate of the success for a startup is very, very high, because startups are not templatized business. Templatized businesses are the conventional MSME kind of thing, where there is a format of doing something, maybe a biryani restaurant or a vegetarian restaurant or a engineering lathe work or some kind of a textile mill or something like that, where there are hundreds of similar businesses are existing and you are doing in some other new place. You have a template and you do some minimum changes, maybe reduce the price or maybe you spend more in sales or branding. But that's an incremental innovation. But how you can stand away from this entire crowd and noise? So that requires great amount of thought process. So in that context, I felt even before I come into this government and all, I felt this kind of a strategic thinking has to be taken to the masses. So when my good friend Ajit from Mumbai approached me to think of this, I immediately it struck that this is a good association to have. But very unfortunately, we thought of doing the entire exercise during our super mega event happened in the month of October 9th and 10th in Coimbatore. It's called Global Startup Summit, which was a grand success with 72,000 plus participants, with 1,012 stalls and 600 plus speakers and visitors from 47 countries. So such mega scale. So we wanted to run the entire exercise before that event and do the closing ceremony during that event. But unfortunately, we started little late, so we couldn't complete the process or we couldn't give time to the boss team to complete the process. And coincidentally, this Umagine team, which is organized by our sister department, the IT department, then we thought of, before the code of conduct happens, we will finish it, finish in style and though it may not be so grand of the TNGSS, but still we will complete this process. So that's how we stand here. And at this moment, I thank the entire team for putting all the efforts. And, and I heard that the applications are really, good, and who understands the concept of thinking different. That's a simple term for all these terminologies, and standing out as a company, as a business model, as a product. And this is a process to identify few companies, and not only identify few companies and awarding them with some certificates, and also through a VVIP, but it is to spread the information that only when you undergo this kind of an intellectual process of this kind of a blue ocean strategy, then only you can survive in the new emerging world of business. So that is the message that we wanted to take it to the 13,000 plus startups registered in Tamil Nadu. So maybe this closing event may be a very small gathering, but through our communication modes, we wanted to take this information, and we also wanted to have a long-term association with the French organization. I also wanted to thank the French embassy and the honorable ambassador and his second officer sitting here in Chennai office of the French embassy. So they were really the catalysts, and more than the Blue Ocean team, they were coordinating with us in bringing the pieces together. And my sincere thanks for them, the French embassy as well as the BOSA team for helping us. Though we are sponsoring this entire exercise, I feel that this will add a lot of value to our startups, but we don't want to end with this particular exercise of inviting applications and shortlisting and awarding, but we wanted to take this thought process, this learning process continuously, and reach out to maximum number of startups. Maybe not necessarily through awards process, but some other kind of programs. I think I wanted to discuss with the team and wanted to implement in the days to come. So with this, once again, I thank all the organizers, including our Startup TN team, for bringing out this wonderful exercise, and also my appreciations and congratulations for people who have participated. I think through the evaluators or the jury members, I understood that most of the teams are really good, but for the sake of selection, they have identified a couple of very good applicants. I also congratulate them, and we hope that this association and this exercise and beyond this exercise also, we are interested to continue and impact more startups in the Tamil Nadu region. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And we do hope that this award ushers in a new era of blue ocean strategy-based companies in India and beyond. Finally, to speak on the dignitary dais is Mr. Dileepan Kumar, who is from today's jury, who gave us his time, effort, and presence along with other jury members to select our finalists and awardees. Over to you, sir, for a few words.
So thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity. I, on being representing both the jury members who have joined online and offline this morning for evaluating this Blue Ocean Strategy Awards. It is indeed a great privilege for every one of us to know how the practices of Blue Ocean strategies, that too in the startups. When we're talking about Blue Ocean strategy, as our C1 Mission Director of Startup TN has rightly pointed out, it is not within the crowded market. They redefined the market actually. And another point is, they are not fighting within the demand, but they started creating demand for their own product. And at the same time, when you're talking about technology, all the 7 finalists who are presented today, the technology inclusion was highly noted over there while they were presenting. And one good thing, our C1 Startup TN, CEO of Startup TN, whenever he addressed the Tier 2 and Tier 3 ecosystem, he used to say one particular word, category leader. So instead of flooding in the market, if you are being the one in that particular category, you be the leader of that category and go and create your own market in that particular industry. So that is what Blue Ocean strategy, one way or another way, that was done today. And almost all 7 finalists have done their presentation very wonderful, and it was appreciable again. And coming to all those 7, we think 3 have been selected for the Blue Ocean Strategy Awards. And all the 3 know, both online and offline jury members, when we evaluating, more or less, we we have opined the same for all the 3 startups. So we don't have any difference of opinion when we are selecting. When we started discussing, deliberating on the selection part, even the members also joined in the online now. They are putting the same in the chat box also. So that is how the synchronization between the jury members also, again, highly an appreciable one. So I think one is ScanNest and other is, okay. So no, for an example, I'm saying ScanNest, Orbix, Cosmic, and all those people know their ideas were something, it was different. That's what I told you very earlier, that it is not within the market. They redefined the market again. So all their ideas was again redefined the market. They explored something very new in terms of their innovation component. So it is highly appreciable, and thank you Blue Ocean Awards team, as well as the Startup TN, the implementation partner in India and Tamil Nadu, for this wonderful opportunity and for uplifting our startups to the next level of growth again. So thank you all, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dileepan, and thank you for presenting your stance and experience from the perspective of the jury, both offline and online. Finally, we can proceed with the reveal of the 3 categories of this year's awards, and of course, also hand over and felicitate the winner. Starting off with the first category is societal. This category of companies has been created so that we can honor, appreciate, and recognize companies that have just emerged into the field, and are companies that are fundamentally dedicated in ushering in positive societal change. I request for the envelope containing the details of the winner to be brought on stage and be handed over to the CEO and CG. And I request the dignitaries to announce this year's winner for the societal category.
So the winner of this year's societal award is ScanNext. ScanNext?
Yeah. Yes. The winner from the representative of the company ScanNext would be Mr. Rajat Vardhan, and I request a representative from the company to come collect the award. I request the CG to hand over the signed copies of the books.
At ScanNext Scientific Technologies Private Limited, our vision is to transform agricultural landscape and build an ecosystem where smallholder farmers prosper through data and dignity. Farming becomes profitable and resilient, and rural youth embrace it with pride as a future of purpose, not fallback.
Thank you, ma'am. Once we have a short video from the winning company, post which we will move to the next category.
Kanpur that gives instant and accurate soil health insights within a few minutes.
Detection system. It's your smart partner to detect the pest from the crop field. It is the IoT-based hardware use UV light and pheromone trap, yellow sticky and blue sticky traps, and take images in the regular interval.
We can now proceed to the second category of the awardees, and Oh, okay, fine. Shall I call her on stage? I request the representative Scan Next to come on stage so that they can speak a few words on the company. Yes.
Good evening, everyone, and this is Rekha here. I take care of the Chennai division. So I thank you so much for all the delegates who are sitting here and all the beautiful people over there. So thank you so much for the award, and I thank you for the jury for selecting us. And this is our innovation, and I sincerely thank Raj Vardhan, the founder and CEO of it, and he's from IIT Kanpur, and the work he has done and the team effort. So we have come so far, it's all because of the team effort. And major of the people are from IITs, and I'm from IIT Madras. So everybody together, we worked for this. And so it's a long journey to go, and I need all your support. So thank you, thank you. And you can log into our website for more details and all the innovations which we have done. It's a long journey, we have just traveled far. And please log into it. And any further suggestions, you can just always mail to us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to request one of the jury members, be it Mr. George, the CG, or Dr. Dileepan, to say a few words on what made ScanNext stand out as a winner, leading it to be a winner for this year's Blue Ocean Strategy Awards.
Hello. Yes, it was very clear that it was the impact possible, and it's going to be global. It's not just Indian. It's taking technology to the farmers at a very low cost. And you probably see it on the website. They actually have a device that you can either lease or buy that brings the cost of tests to some ridiculous number of rupees. I mean, low compared to testing. And it impacts livelihoods, it impacts people, but it also impacts the larger environment, because soil testing is an important part of the process. In fact, with Alban, they had some projects in South Africa, and this is one of the challenges. How do you identify what inputs, when, and how? And that makes a real difference to the outputs and the outcomes. Voila.
Well, agriculture is the first activity in India. It is in India that the Green Revolution started. Now in the 21st century, we're on the cusp of a new green revolution, an evergreen revolution. And companies like ScanNext stand at the vanguard of bringing the strength of new technologies to the agricultural sector. So it really deserves this award for its societal impact and economic importance, especially for India.
Thank you, sir.
So when you're talking about soil testing, normally the farmers used to go to the nearby agri department units. So they'll do their soil testing and then they'll go with another process. But here it is something from a lab-centric to a village-centric. That was ScanNext have done. And it is not about digitizing the agriculture. It is about democratizing agricultural intelligence. That's what ScanNext have done. So that was a wonderful idea and a great appreciation on behalf of the jury members. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, jury. And many congratulations to the winner of the societal category. We can now proceed with the second category. The category is titled Baby. And as in the spirit of a baby, it honors companies that are young and are just entering the scene and are creating a blue ocean for themselves, but also show great promise on owning and championing such a category for themselves, a space for themselves. And I request the envelope containing the details of the winner to be handed over to the CEO and the CG so that they can announce the winner for the category of baby.
For this category, the winner is
Orbix. Congratulations to the winner. Before the video can be played, I would first request the representative of Orbix, Mr. Madan Kumar, to be present on stage. And I request the baton to be handed over to the CEO and the signed copies of the books to be handed over to CG to be awarded and felicitated to Mr. Madan Kumar. Congratulations, sir. We can now proceed with a formal video introducing the winner, post which we can hand over the dais to Mr. Madan Kumar.
Over 10,000 satellites now circle Earth, with hundreds launching yearly. Space insurers, investors, regulators face unprecedented exposure and risk. The key question is, how financially ready is each satellite? Introducing the Risk 42 framework, a score from 0 to 10 developed by Orbix Global. It quantifies satellite risk before and after launch and gives underwriters, investors, regulators a clear, numeric snapshot risk. The Orbix evaluates multiple factors: technical maturity, launch vehicle pedigree, operator experience, subsystem reliability, design level risk, sustainability, debris mitigation planning, end-of-life strategy, TLE and past claim history. Each factor is graded to produce the overall risk score. Scores range from 0 to 4, high risk, 5 to 7, medium risk, to 8 to 10, low risk. It brings faster, more transparent risk assessment, investment decision and premium pricing. It's a trust layer between insurers, investors, and space operators. Orbix Global is working with underwriters, investors and satellite operators to make the Risk 42 a global standard for space risk. To learn how your organization can pilot the Risk 42 framework, visit orbixglobal.com.
Thank you for that video. I now request Mr. Madan Kumar to come on stage to speak a few words about his organization.
First of all, I would like to thank Startup TN and Blue Ocean Award team and the French brand ambassador to honor me for this the wonderful opportunity. And so your appreciation really really encourages to how we are creating the Blue Ocean, the strategy, and in the how we are creating the market. So we Orbix has the global world first orbital ESG, environmental social governance, and a risk intelligent platform that provides risk intelligent decision support system support to investors, insurance companies, and the operators and regulators. So we just started with the idea a year and off back, and we started with engaging various the stakeholders and what is the pain points, and we arrived at there is a potential opportunity, that there is no such market. Then we started developing our the proof of concept. Then we moved into MVP stage. Now we are in the pilot with various stakeholders, regulators and insurance company and the investment companies. And so we see a lot of the changes and the interest from the various the entities. And also our Orbix Global has been shortlisted as one of the finalists in the Dubai Air Show, one of the Asia's largest air show in the Space Pavilion. And so that's our milestone, and we are looking towards, creating more business and creating a value to our nations and the space industry, especially because it is all we are all talking about the rocket science, and we want to break the rocket science into the understand to the common investors and the insurance company and normal person. That's the whole idea about that. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you so much for my team, and thank you so much for Nikunj for the wonderful support. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.
I now request the jury members, starting with the CG, to say a few words on the winning company of this category.
Well, space is the new frontier, and yet it is already crowded. So crowded with satellites, with debris, and this creates a risk for industrialists, for the space industry, and for the insurers. So here, Orbix points at a problem and creates a market. This is very much in line with the spirit of Blue Ocean, and the award is very well deserved.
Yes, I think in one of our earlier events, we had a company looking at space. It was called Unseen. A winner from one of the previous events was Unseen, right? And they were looking at issues, but Orbix is a very clear case of risk that cannot be evaluated because there's no data. And what Orbix does is creates data so people can take decisions. And also in the spirit of Blue Ocean, it allows smaller reinsurers to focus on just that problem rather than being part of Lloyd's or AXA or one of the major players. So this actually opens a blue ocean for reinsurers that might focus just on space issues. And I think that's why. And also I'm impressed by the quality of all the presentations. We've been able to enable technology in IA in everything from space to underwater. Thank you.
So when you're talking about Orbix, normally when we talk on orbits, we usually come up with many technical jargons actually. But this man, Mr. Madan, who made all those technical jargons into an economical language. So he made Orbix as an investable, insurable, as well as at the same time a governable platform for the entire community again. So thank you.
Once more, I extend my hearty congratulations to Mr. Madan Kumar and his organization. Finally, we can introduce the final category of this year's awards. The final category is called Mentor, and unlike but similar to the category of Baby, these honor and recognize companies that are older than 2 years and have already created a blue market for themselves and are growing in stature and robustness in terms of how they occupy that space and inspire other companies to create blue markets. I now request the envelope containing the winner's details to be handed over to the CEO and the CG so the same can be announced.
Yes, sir. So the winner of this category is
Inaugural.
Congratulations.
Hearty congratulations to the winner. I request Ms. Shobana Yu to be present on stage to collect the baton from the CEO and the signed copies from the CG of France. Once again, congratulations, ma'am. Before handing over the stage to you, we'd like to preview a video that introduces your organization.
I congratulate the inaugural innovation for bringing a new concept of helping the fishermen community in the country. This instrument is going to be a big help for the fishing community who are taking risk going to the sea and doing the venture.
I now hand over the stage to Ms. Shobana to speak a few words.
Firstly, I'm very much proud to be here and thank you for this wonderful opportunity as well as the award in the category of mentor. So basically, we are into an oceanography deep tech company providing solution to fishing industry, coast guards, and also for the ocean researchers. So our flagship product would be named called Cuddle Compass. So that is a kind of high-end technology that we use, like cutting-edge hydro technology, especially for underwater intelligence. Along with, we used a kind of NTN for SAT communication and all. So our motto is to have a kind of reading the voice of water and also providing a communication even in deep sea along with the life safety solution. So we got this product into the market after this successful 6 years of research. So we did a lot of background works also to bring this product into the market because this is completely new into the market. So that's all about the inaugural. Thank you.
We can take for one last time, I would like to now call upon the jury, starting with the CG, to say a few words on the winning organization of this category.
Well, there are many things to say in favor of Inaugural, but one of the points I've noticed is that the company started from Pondicherry, and Consulate General of France is based in Pondicherry, so I hope to see you there very soon.
Yes, as all of you know, Pondicherry was a French territory, so there's a very strong Indo-French link here. And water is a challenge. We've been looking at this for a long time. There's pollution and there's livelihoods. Fishermen die, and this might prevent a few lives. And it also creates livelihoods for the fisherfolk. And aquaculture, which is a very big earner. And pollution in the water is a major problem for disease and contamination. So, very good. Thank you. It's impressive. But all the winners were actually very impressive. It's just luck of the draw, a little bit.
So, thank you, Ms. Shobana. Inaugural being as the voice of water, it is a platform which is safe and secure, safe in terms for the fishermen, for the endangered species, and to get to know about other species which is available in the aquatic system again. So yours is nothing but like it is not only on the digital intelligence that what you have created in the platform, but over a period, I think that I hope it will serve as a public good as a large. So thank you for this wonderful innovative idea. And again, as part of a jury member, we wish all the 7 finalists for being participating and come to the finalist level. That itself is a great victory. So thank you and great appreciation and congratulations to all.
Once again, thank you to the jury for sharing their insight on their selection for today. And in the spirit of what Dr. Dileepan said, I think it is quite necessary for us to appreciate all 7 finalists. In including the finalists who won today's award ceremony. Before we proceed with the closing of the ceremony and the vote of thanks, I would like to request Mr. Albon to felicitate the dignitaries on stage. I would like to first request him to hand over souvenirs to the CEO of Startup Mission. Yes, that. Next, I request Mr. Albon to felicitate the CG of France. I request Mr. Albon to felicitate Professor George from Blue Ocean Strategy as well. In honor of all jury members, I request Mr. Albon to felicitate Dr. Dileepan. Finally, in spirit of Indo-French partnership, because the Blue Ocean Strategy Awards is an outcome of Startup TN's ongoing support and the Blue Ocean Strategy, I request Mr. Nikunj to present a souvenir to Mr. Albon, the man of the hour. Thank you so much, sir. Finally, I hand over the podium to Mr. Albon to deliver the vote of thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anish. And so I really want to thank from my heart, from the deep from my heart, Mr. Ramanathan, to make possible all of that. So Blue Ocean Strategy Awards coming back in India. We started with more than 200 applications. We had a bootcamp supported by Startup TN with the finalists to prepare their pitch in front of the jury. It was more than 40 members in the jury, so it gave, with international members connected online, it gave a very high visibility to these startups. They have very big potential, and congratulations as well for this very strong ecosystem, startup and entrepreneurship ecosystem in India. It seems very impressive, so congratulations. And also I want to thank Mr. the Consul General of France, Etienne, for your support and for being in the jury as well, involved in the jury and supporting the questions to the participants to put them on the stage and being sure that the jury have all the information they need to take a decision. It was very difficult to take a decision from the jury. All the 7 finalists, they could have been winners, it's clear, laureate. But you have the top of the top of the top. You saw them. And now they will gain high visibility through the Blue Ocean Strategy Awards international ecosystem. They will be invited to France as well to join the ceremony we have for the NINS edition, because this edition in India, it's part of the NINS international edition where we have Senegal, South Africa, France. Soon it will be in the Emirates. Very soon in April it will be to take place in the Emirates. And they will scale up, as we say, scale up. They will be very fast, even bigger and going very fast. We will supporting them because they will join the INSEAD Blue Ocean Strategy alumni. They will be supported by us and the INSEAD and the Blue Ocean Award internationally. And then they will be, again, certainly winners. Will follow their development because they can be baby, but then they can be mentor, and then they can be legend. And soon we hope we will have this category in India because legend, they have to be first baby or mentor winners to become a legend. So legend, it's totally clear. They became a very big success with after 5 years, certainly something like that. And I wanted to let you know about this certification. We are just launching in 2 months. It's international certification. We have prepared the finalists through this certification. It's a Blue Ocean Strategy certification for action. It's not only books, it's also a process, like Mr. Ramanathan said. It's also tools and AI tools we have developed. It's also coaches, a strong support to let them operationally deploy your Blue Ocean strategy and make it a strong success. So thanks to all the jury members as well. You were a lot. And I want to say a special thanks to Nikunj. Thanks Nikunj for also organizing all of that, making it possible. And we say the best. We wish the best for the 3 laureates and also to the finalists, because they have very strong potential as well. And we hope we'll see you very soon next time for the 10th edition of the Blue Ocean Strategy Award in India. Maybe at next Umagine, we'll see if you are still involved. We will be very happy to support you in that. So thanks again a lot, Startup Tn and the government of Tamil Nadu.
Once again, I would like to thank the dignitaries and the finalists, and of course the audience members who've made this ceremony a fulfilling session. I request the jury members to join the dignitaries on stage and the finalists for one last group photo.
So all the finalists and jury members all are here? Okay. Thank you.